Hello, I'm Dave, and this is Nerd Talk, the Capper Collective, episode 11, meeting 11, whatever you want to call it. We're back in action. If you've been here before, thanks for watching. You know the deal. If you haven't, we're just a bunch of handicappers from all over the place, different strategies, different way to look at things. We get together and we handicap the game right in front of your face. No secret meetings, no secrets. Everything's out in the open. And really anything's fair game, just things that won't get us kicked off YouTube, like illegal stuff in private parts. So those are the only rules. I've got two of my nerds with me. We'll have more come in, I'm sure, as the night goes on. We've got Marley Betts from Brothers and Betts, infamous Houston Cap, infamous Major League.
I knew you were going to say that.
But anyways, great all around guy, and we've got Nick from Real Sports Bets. Well, if you've seen these guys, if you haven't, go check out their channels. I'll plug stuff later on. But we're just gonna kind of ease into it. We got a big weekend. I think at this point, as far as handicappers, we're starting to get the hang of this football thing. There are some trends, there are some things we're seeing and liking. I'm feeling a little bit more confident, especially in the NFL. But let's talk about what we've got right now. What do you got going on? What bets do you have in the air right now, Marley?
What's going on right now?
Yeah. What do you have? What action do you have?
I'm on UTSA and Middle Tennessee State. I'm on the over there. Right now, it's looking good. They're at 31. Still got a hold pretty much the entire second quarter to go. And I think I got it at 64 and a half. And then later,
they're at 31.
Right. So we still got a whole quarter to go, like 12 minutes. So I'm feeling good about that. I also took a flyer, which I wish I didn't. I should have listened to myself, but I let Coach talk me into some shit. I jumped on U of H minus the 4.5 because Tulane's quarterback was out. When we did our show, I said I was off that game, and I'm regretting it. I'm also on UCLA Washington over 65. I'm leaning hard toward Washington. I haven't made it to the window. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make it to the window with that game. I haven't pushed the button yet. I like Phoenix, and I like that team. And I'm never high on a Chip Kelly team since Oregon. I mean, he hasn't really done anything since Oregon, so I'm kind of down on Chip Kelly. I'm waiting on the line to drop some more. It's at 2.5. It was already opened at 4. It went down to 3. Now it's at 2.5. So you're getting UCLA money, which is a spot play for UCLA, I think. But I just don't think they're that good. They haven't played anybody, and they almost lost to South Alabama. I don't know how good.
South Alabama's not a bad team for the Fun Belt, but they're a team I would look to maybe win the Fun Belt this year, potentially. South Alabama.
Right, do you expect them to beat a UCLA or a supposed good UCLA team?
No, usually not, but I love my group of 5 schools, so
right. Yeah. So
I'm all for it.
Hey, before we go, I'm going to bring someone else in.
Go ahead.
Famous Sir Hammer Poop. He is coming off a sports injury, very rough one. He's
what's up, my lads?
Casted up.
What up?
Just had surgery.
What up, dogs? Just chilling, posting up in the living room, so I'm not. Gotta stay cool. That room gets warm back there. I gotta keep the cast nice and cool,
Yeah, you don't want that musty, sweaty cast.
No,
that's gross. Anyway, UCLA, Washington. You're on UCLA.
Me?
Houston. No. Marley's finishing his bets. What he's on? Is that all you're on, bud?
He's leaning Washington. He said.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to fix this fucking virtual background. This shit was annoying me. Anyway, I'm on the total. I'm already on the over in the Washington UCLA game. I'm leaning very hard toward Washington. Pretty sure I'm gonna make it to the window before that game starts. And I'm on the total at UTSA in Middle Tennessee.
Nick, what are you on right now so far?
For college football, I'm only on UTSA and Middle Tennessee over 65. For baseball, both my plays today so far have either lost or about 3 outs away from losing. I was on the Reds first 5 which was not good. I'm on the Tigers first 5, which is 3 outs away from losing. I'm also on the Pirates first 5, so we'll see how that one goes. So I hopefully won't reverse sweep in baseball today. Later, I have Washington minus 2.5 and over 65 in that late game. And then I'm also on the Saskatchewan Roughriders +8 right now. They're currently down 7-3 to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and then I'm riding with the Red Blacks later at +7 when they play the BC Lions for the CFL.
Chris, you have any bets in today, or are you just taking it easy?
Yeah, I am holding my nose. I'm 1-1 so far. I got the under in that Tulane and Houston one, but then I'm probably going to lose the under in the other one. And then I posted on Twitter one of my smelly plays, plus my fade guys on the over. I'm on the opposite of these guys. I think it's disgusting. Both teams average 40 points a game. You think the total would be higher, closer towards 70, 75 tonight. I don't know why it's only 65. I found 65.5. I'm going to hold my nose and hope for like a 30 to 27 game on that UCLA, but I wouldn't be shocked if it flies over. But it's one of those hold your nose, and I think both these teams are 7-1 to the fucking over, so it's
Well, I know all of Washington's game have went over.
Yeah,
3 of the 4, I think, for UCLA.
It's a scary one, but I'm doing it. I'm hoping a prime time it gets kind of ugly. Maybe it get a couple fumbles, something like that. We'll see.
Hopefully not, but I feel you.
Well, I am on the opposite side of almost everyone, and that's kind of I'm not doing so well. I, for whatever reason, thought this Houston-Tulane game could go over.
No, I was with you. I don't know if you saw the show, but like I said, I didn't make a play, but I definitely had leaned over.
Yeah.
But I mean, when your quarterback gets hurt, it kind of
I mean, I know Tulane, everything checked out for the over except for Tulane's defense, but Tulane Houston's a legit team. It's probably the most legit team.
I don't think we're legit, man.
No. I thought they were in the beginning of the season.
I did too. I'm down, man. The defense isn't the same.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. They give up. I thought Houston's numbers are way over. I mean, they're giving up like 35 points a game.
35 points a game.
Yeah. I'm on UCLA. I'm on Middle Tennessee State, and I'm on the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's the only one that's going my way, but it's starting to score.
What makes you ride with UCLA?
Well, let me see my cap here. I think my main thing is this. I think the Rose Bowl is a big deal. I've been to the Rose Bowl, and I think it's an underrated home field advantage. It's not like the Big House, and it probably isn't even like
home field advantage when they sell 1,000 tickets.
I was gonna say they don't sell out the stadium though. I mean, like UCLA doesn't. USC for a big game might, but
it's a different stadium completely. The Rose Bowl, they don't both play in the Rose Bowl.
Okay. Well, I know still from everything I've read and heard, like no one goes to their games.
Well, it could be different, but there's been plenty of people there when I've been there. I'm just saying the Rose Bowl is a big thing. The other thing too is I'm not convinced. I mean, Penix. Here's the scary thing with Penix. He's overflown everyone's expectations of him, right? Is he that good, or is he overachieving?
Well, he was also really good when he had, I believe, this offensive coordinator in Indiana.
Correct.
Okay, but then that's my question. So what is it?
He's injury prone. When he plays, he's actually pretty good, but he's just been hurt like 3 years, and he keeps tearing his knee. So obviously I haven't made it to the window with this play, and yes, I do lean heavily Washington. It's the reason I haven't made it.
Yeah.
DTR is really. I think their offense is pretty good or okay.
I had this index at a pick 'em too, and so the thing that's pushing me over the edge is UCLA at home, and maybe this Washington team's overachieving a little bit. When we did the Pac-12, here's another thing too. In preseason, Washington was probably the 4th or 5th
I got
best.
it right here. I'll look it up real quick.
And UCLA was also the 4th or 5th best team. I just think this is a UCLA spot. I think the home field's the one. I also think Washington's playing a little bit above.
They had Washington finishing 3rd in the division, but they don't do North and South anymore. But overall, they had them at 7-5, which would have put them 1, 2, 3, 4, tied with Oregon for state for 5th.
Okay, so Mike, but they're 15th in the country. They're ranked 15th in the country. I see a drop off for Washington. That's just me.
Yeah, I think.
And at a pick'em, that my index, I got them. What are the odds? Well, but also the site that I bet them at's crashing right now. I think they're plus 140 something.
Money line or with the? Oh, you said pick 'em.
I took the money line.
I got plus 120 on the money line right now.
Yeah. No, it was higher. Money's come in on UCLA.
That's good. I'm going to keep waiting because I think I'm going to make unless someone can tell me otherwise.
No, go for it. I'm going to go 0 for 2 so far today. So.
It just scares me, man, that they're. I feel like it's a UCLA spot play.
That's what I'm saying. Let me get one more nerd in here because he must be in the garage. Everyone's favorite stoner.
Hey!
Oh,
what's up, dude?
I'm muted. How's it going, guys?
That's all good.
What's going on?
So Maple Leafs.
You sounded better muted anyway.
He doesn't have the baseball stadium behind him today.
Yeah, he's not in Rogers Center.
No, when I'm in the garage, there's no background. So.
The garage is the background, guys.
It's a Weezer song. What do you want today? Well, yeah, go over your plays. What do you want today?
I caught that hope.
Well, my play for sale is currently up 4-0.
Well, now you can say it's for sale already.
I put the Blue Jays. I put the Blue Jays up today.
What? Terry bet the Blue Jays? I'm stunned.
I don't always put them on the site, but this was a good spot for them, and so Jays plus 120 on the run line, currently up 4-0. And then I have other plays later, a bunch of them, and I can't see them because I'm using my phone to stream. So
that's fine. We all know you and Nick bet too many games.
I bet more than Terry does.
It's good.
When hockey season comes back, I'll have bigger cards in it.
Oh yeah.
Because
I hit all the player props.
If the Maple Leafs
player
win,
props, yeah, I don't fuck with.
I have a whole bunch of player props that I couldn't bet before that I will be able to now. That's going to be a whole different ball game
for hockey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because gambling wasn't legal in Canada. It's confusing. Single game betting wasn't legal in Canada. Yeah, so I only had access to one book. Now it's legal, so I have access to like $20. So now I'm going to be able to do same game parlays for hockey, which I couldn't do before. And that's like huge. So I'm so excited for that.
Parlays are the devil.
Yep.
Yes, but same game parlays.
Like you can do first half and then like a player prop with it or some shit.
Depending on the book, I can get a player to score, and the player that assists him, I can take him to get an assist. And I can parlay them together and get huge plus odds. And guys in hockey play with each other, so it's
it's a very correlated.
Guys in hockey play with each other. What?
Well,
they play with each other on the same line. It's the same guys they're always playing with.
So I understood what you meant. Actually, not being a hockey fan, I knew what you meant.
It's
but.
okay.
Yeah,
Mark,
which making
that he loves Penix. So
yeah, he did say he loves Penix.
Yeah, I talked about
Penix. Yeah.
with having hockey players play on the same lines and stuff like that together, that's what made playing DraftKings for hockey so much fun. Because if I'm looking to play a player in DraftKings on for hockey, if I'm looking to play a center, I'm going to put his wingers on my lineup as well for a daily fantasy one, and maybe put his defenseman in there as well that skates with him a lot. So
it's not like football where you don't want the same.
No, football you do the same thing. If I let's just say hypothetically speaking, I like Patrick Mahomes this week. Well, I'm gonna put Travis Kelce in the lineup as well because especially if you're playing tournaments as well. One thing that you got to keep in mind with daily fantasy, and this I don't play it anymore. But when I did, this is the way you put your lineups together, especially with the NFL. With the Millionaire Maker, you know how like they have that big contest, $20 per entry, and then $1 million to first. Yeah, the way to take that down is try to be as least perfect as possible by correlating your plays. So what that means is if I like, let's just say the Bills this week, if I think that Bills game with the Ravens is going to shoot out, I'm going to take Josh Allen as my quarterback. I'm going to partner that up with Stephon Diggs and Gabriel Davis. And then I'm going to run that back with an offensive player from Baltimore, because if I think that's going to be a high-scoring game, I think that both those teams are going to score, which means that Baltimore is going to have to score to keep up with the Bills. So I'm going to look at, Rashard Bateman or someone along that line. So you want to correlate that, and then you can do the same thing with the defense. The defense you start, you may want to have the running back of that team also on the defense, and then like a secondary stack as well where you take both sides of the game. It's just trying to correlate yourself as much as possible so you don't have to hit the nuts to win the entire thing. As long as Josh Allen has a huge day, well, Diggs is going to have a good day, and most likely Davis is going to have a good day as well. So there you go. They're bringing them along, and that's going to help you move up the leaderboard. So that's kind of like the way to approach it. And I know I
used to do daily fantasy, and then that's actually around the time I started taking handicapping seriously. Like 2015 was the year. That's when DraftKings and FanDuel came out, and that was the second year I think that I remember doing it. Even fantasy football, the team, which I do, I almost didn't do it this year. It fucks with my capping.
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Anyways, let's jump into football. Full discretion. I had these past 2 weeks, the week from hell. You guys see me in all different spots.
Oh yeah.
I'm not in my car. I'm in different hotels and at my mom's pad and all sorts of stuff in California. I'm back in Arizona. Hopefully, there's no fucking fire drill like I've had.
Thanks for hitting me up, fucker.
Well, dude, these have been turnaround trips, dude. You're on everyone's all like, oh, well, you're too cool to hang out. You're not the only one, bro, but you're on the list. I'm too
Can't
popular.
have a cold beer with
Okay.
me.
You also are gimpy, so you know.
So usually I have nothing to say about college football.
Limping
So
to the bar.
can I recommend a play and you guys tell me what you think?
No, we are. So what we're gonna do is.
I know Terry's play.
It has the Minnesota.
Well, I have two.
Yeah. You have two. That's right. Okay.
So what we're gonna do is NFL we did on Wednesday. We'll get back to it. I'm pretty set on my plays. I think college football. I have capped hardly anything. Haven't even indexed it. I didn't even cap one game. I have one bet in on a trend that I'm gonna let LJ say if he comes on. It's a sick game. But to start, I want to do a play that we have questions about. Not necessarily plays maybe plays we're on too. But Tara, are there any ones you have questions about, or is this something you've already gone to the window with?
I haven't bet either of my plays yet.
All right, so go. What do you got?
But I did discuss this play.
Okay.
So NC State plus 6.5.
All right.
Against Clemson.
Okay.
I think it's too many points. I think maybe Clemson is off that overtime win, and I think maybe they're feeling good about themselves maybe a little bit, and they come in here and probably still win the game, but I think 6.5 is too many points.
Well, you guys,
because I think NC State is surprisingly just as good as they are.
No, it's not.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I was going to say it's not so surprising. I had my preseason pick was NC State to win the Coastal. I think that they can win this game. I don't like the line for this game. It just feels weird to me. I think this line's spot on. I had this game at a 6.5, 7, so I'm not betting the side in this game. I was looking more at a total, and I think I don't know if I'm going to get to this total anymore because I think it's gone up a couple points actually. It's up. Wow, never mind. I'm not getting to this total anymore, but it is up on the site. Tim and I got this up on the site at 40.5, and I never got around to betting it. We're leaning over in this game, and everybody's going to look at these two teams. These are two strong defenses, very good defenses, but 21-20 in that game when it goes over at that number. I believe we got it at 40.5 or 41. At 45, this is probably a no play for me anymore because that's just way too big of a line move for me to go ahead and chase the steam. And I just didn't get it in earlier in the week. So I was leaning over in this game, thinking that we can see a little bit of a shootout. We saw that a little bit last year, like 24-21 or something along those lines.
What do you think, Hammer Poop? You on this game at all?
No, this one did not wet my whistle at all, so I'm not no opinion on it really.
Yeah, it's two good teams. Hammer Poop wouldn't like that.
All right, Marley, you're up, but I know you probably have something on this. You probably talked about it in your show, right?
Yeah, we did. I think the 6.5 is a tad bit too much. Keep in mind that I did pick North Carolina State to win.
I remember. Yeah, you did.
But after watching what I saw last week against Clemson, I've never been a fan of DJ, however you say
DJ
Uga
Booga.
Yeah, that part. I haven't been a huge fan of what I've seen from the Clemson offense with him at the helm. And the way that, and don't get me wrong, though, Wake Forest has a uniquely different high-powered offense, but the way they shredded that supposed to be best defensive, especially D-line in the country in Clemson, kind of is the part of the reason why I picked North Carolina State to win this year. It's in-state, so to speak, rivalry. So these kids aren't going to be scared of these kids. I believe they beat Clemson last year. I have to go to my
Yes, they did. In Raleigh, they did. That was a huge upset for them. I remember that.
Right.
Clemson in North Carolina or South Carolina?
North Carolina State. Oh, Clemson's in South Carolina. Yes, they're playing North Carolina State. Yep.
Yeah.
They're in.
That's why I went in.
I got you. I understood. Yeah, I got you.
Technically not, but Carolina. As far as those kids are going to know those kids, they probably played against each other in high school, a lot of them. So, but I just think the 6.5 is too much. I think Clemson probably ekes out the win here, maybe depending on what that offense does. Wake Forest's offense is better than North Carolina State's, but North Carolina State's defense is significantly better than Wake Forest. So, and O'Leary's the quarterback from North Carolina State, he's not bad. I think he can score enough. I hate revenge games with the better team, and I think Clemson is the more talented team, obviously. I think Venerables the defense did take a small step backwards. Obviously, they gave up 40. I mean, I'm not as big as high as I was on that defense to begin with. I'm not as high on the offense. I like Shipley, but DJ's not been able to open up the air attack. So I just think 6.5. To ask them to win by 6.5, pretty much asking them to win by a touchdown. I think that's just too much for this Clemson team against a North Carolina State team that's going to be they're going to give them everything they've got. They're going to be up for this game. So unless it turns into a blowout, which I don't think is going to happen.
I was going to say, you best believe they had this game circled on their schedule. And same thing with Clemson, too, because this is the team that beat them last year.
Exactly. So I think we'll get a close game. I'm not sure. My football mind tells me Clemson's wins, but I think they could get upset here because, I mean, they played – that Wake Forest game, it got a bad taste in my mouth. Because I was on Clemson that game.
So I just indexed it. Clemson is an 8.5 point favorite. That's on these indexes where people are high on them, though. I'm definitely down on that quarterback. I thought he was garbage last year. I don't think he's that good this year. Clemson hasn't played anyone except for Wake Forest. They played Furman, Georgia Tech, and La Tech. They haven't played anyone near as good as North Carolina State. And North Carolina
State played the powerhouse of East Carolina week 1.
Well, I was going to just jump to them. They did. East Carolina is better than people give them credit for, and I know that's your alma mater. They are better. Charleston Southern's garbage. UConn's probably the worst team in Division I. Them and UMass. They beat Texas. They held Texas Tech to 14. Here's the deal. Their defense is really good. And is it going to be really good versus a Clemson team? I don't know, but this is a down year for Clemson. This isn't a Trevor Lawrence year. I'm off this game because of the index, but I definitely think that this game could be close. I would lean towards betting NC State, but I'm off the game, if that helps, Mr. Stoner, puff of smoke.
What
was your other game, Terry?
Sorry, I'm trying to breathe for a second.
I remember.
Cough to get off.
Hold on. That gets one.
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Down to Lane.
Quarterback.
Yeah, my other game. Oh, sorry.
No, you good. I was just getting an update on the score.
Yeah.
Oh, my other game is the game that I kind of got talked off of last week.
Okay.
Was my homer play, the Golden Gophers.
Okay. Let's do that one. Let's look them up.
I haven't even looked at anything except I've heard, I don't know. I haven't looked at the game at all. So I'm going to ask your guys' opinions.
Yeah.
But I might bet them regardless because I
that's
don't know. They seem like I don't know a lot about college football, so I'll be honest. But they seem like a team that people didn't really think very much of at all. But they're surprising people.
I actually think people are pretty high on them. I mean, for a Minnesota team, they're 11.
Well, what I heard is they didn't play anybody good.
Yeah.
And everybody liked Michigan State.
They didn't until Michigan State.
That
was the problem. They
is there an
played.
injury for Purdue?
Yes, I think O'Connell might be out for this game.
Has to be. The line's minus 11 and a half. That's
Purdue.
I kind of like the over in that game.
Yeah.
What is the over?
I thought it was 12.5 earlier. So
It's 12 and a half and 11 and a half, but it's going up. It opened at 10. It's 50, 52 and a half, 52. It's going down. That's dropping.
Man,
My worry is has this line climbed? Is this line a little bit too inflated? Is my worry with this?
Say the same
because, and you might see that with teams that are 4-0 and 4-0 ATS this week, especially 4-0 ATS, especially if they've been a team that people have been cashing on left and right. I had this game at a 12.5 on my index, so I think this line could be about right, but. Do we think potentially this game's a little bit inflated or do we think that it could potentially have been inflated a little bit because of the line?
Because of the Michigan State. You talking about because of the Michigan State blowout?
They look like pretty.
I'm right there with you.
Or just in general because they're 4-0 ATS this year.
Could be that too, but I think it is a bit. I think they're capable of covering, but. We got to remember, too, they're a run-heavy team. I don't like taking run-heavy teams for double-digit lines.
Because you limit possessions.
Right. They're going to limit your possessions. Although I think they could crush Purdue, especially at the crib. I think they're the better team. But Purdue has a decent offense. They can keep this game close if they can get going.
They need O'Connell.
So, but I like them to win. I think 11's my brother just asked me about this game too. I think 11's a bit much for me personally. Touchdown UTSA for
bang
on that total with me.
11.73 is what I have.
We're at 47 with 3 minutes to go still in the second quarter.
Yeah, that popped off the page for me.
That UTSA total?
The UTSA over. Yeah, that one popped off the page.
Yeah,
all right, I'm going to go 0-2, my first two bets. What are the freaking freaky deaky?
I can't believe how Tulane just scored this touchdown.
Maple Leafs are winning. One more period. Come on, baby. Best hockey handicapper on Twitter right here.
Yeah,
right
and this is a little off.
Quiet down, Dave. Quiet down.
Yeah. This may be a little off topic, but I don't know if anybody's seen any updates on this. But I don't know if he's hurt or not. But Max Fried left the game after 5 innings against the Mets, only throwing 71 pitches.
Yeah, he probably hurt his pussy or something. I don't know.
I mean, probably he's a Brave, but that's beyond the point.
Anyways,
who's winning that game?
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm actually asking because I'm on my phone in the garage still, and I don't have any way to check.
Tim said he's not coming on the show until the game's over.
His power went out, actually. Yeah, the Braves are doing Braves things tonight, actually. They've hit 2 home runs and struck out 10 times.
So wait a minute. Tim, the power went out in the Mets game. Did he go to the bar or something?
I think he said he was heading up to Buffalo Brothers, which is like near him or something like that.
Well, good for him.
I'm gonna jump off for a bit, Dave. I'll be back later for football.
Good. NFL, yep. Come on. If you're not, I'm driving to I'm flying to Toronto and whipping you
3-1. Shocker, the Braves, another fucking home run. That's all this team does is home runs and strikeout.
Hi, Terry.
You mean the Mets aren't scoring runs when DeGrom's on the mound? Never seen it.
Mets don't score runs, period, but I'll be back.
Well, it doesn't matter how hard you throw. If you throw that first home run was right down the fucking pike. I mean, it was just fucking bad in practice.
Cutting this shit off.
Yeah, don't get angry. Get even.
31, 48 total.
All right, so Purdue, Minnesota. Anyone else have any other thoughts? I'm off the game. I especially hurt because I don't know if the index takes into consideration the injury or not.
It does not.
Yeah, because all these guys come out with it the day after. But these guys, this Minnesota is really high up on the index. One of them has them at 10th ranked. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I just have to. I know we were looking at Sparty at home last week. They got blown out, and then that Purdue looked like shit. And I love to fade those teams that go from like unranked to now they got a number in front of them. And like our boy Earl said, that can get inflated once you get. Everyone's fat and happy after the Gophers cover for them for a few weeks in a row. I'm gonna fade them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially with the quarterback being hurt, that's probably. In your reverse type of capping, that probably like helps your thought process. All right, let's move off that one. Let's go with Hammer Poop. You're here. What do you have any? I mean, we can talk about what you're already on, or we can talk about what you need help with. I'd prefer the latter because that's going to help me cap too. But the floor is yours.
An interesting one. I'm probably going to be on. It fits the same. 2 of them. One of them's just a weird ass line that I like, and then the other's the home team is favored over the ranked one on the road, and it's going way towards it. Mississippi State. I think it opened 2 or 3. It's up to 4, 3.5 or 4, even though most of the action is on A&M. So I'm gonna lay it. Go Mississippi State Bulldogs.
I'll look at the line in a minute. Is anyone else on that game?
I did not bet that game. My lean's towards the under because defensively A&M is a pretty strong team, but offensively, was it Max Johnson's their starting quarterback right now? He's not been too great, and this A&M offense has just been struggling to move the ball. They've been a heavy under team this year so far, so I was kind of leaning under in that game.
Wow, the line is moving towards Mississippi State. It's juiced at 3.5 at -120, and it's -110 at 4. What's your index say there? Did you index it or not?
Yeah, I have indexed that one. I have all the games indexed.
Yeah,
Texas,
I usually
A&M.
do, but not today.
I have A&M, or I have Mississippi State as a 1.5 point home favorite.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Index it real quick. That has Texas Tech as the favorite. Sagarin likes that. This one.
Yeah, Sagarin's what I use.
He's one of them that I average.
Yeah.
They have him as 1.4. Yeah, this game's probably gonna tell me to take A&M. All these guys index. That's why index isn't the end all be all, because a lot of times
it's a starting point though, and generally it's either I go with what my index says or I just lay off the game in general. Like that's just one of the boxes that the play would have to check in order for me to go ahead and bet it, is that the index has to agree with it.
Yeah, I was that way for a really long time, until I realized two things. One is the guys that are putting out these indexes favor a lot of the chalk, and then they also throw in teams that probably shouldn't be there. Even though James Madison, this guy had ranked in the top 20. I forget which one. I think it was Sonny Moore. But
whoa,
it was really, really high. So you got to take into consideration these guys have biases too, but it kind of gives you consensus to start from. That's really what it is.
Yeah, it gives you a feel for it, and then you can go from there.
Yeah, and then I think we talked about last week how the trends we look at, like this trend is, I think, above a 60%. So when you're getting a trend like that and it's 3 years, that and you oftentimes you're going to get the public bias is going to be towards the ranked team. So you're and it moves the other way is always like a good buy sign. But again, if it's too inflated, it's tough to lay it. But
so I have a trend, and that's the thing about trends too. I'm talking about it. Sometimes I rarely go off of a bet just based on one trend. There were some.
Yeah.
The Warriors' third quarter last year at the end of the year. That was one.
Primetime unders for me. That's one of those where I go off the one trend.
Michael Waka, that bet that I gave everyone for the Red Sox, that was another one. Even though it wasn't what it just had, they scored run. It has some voodoo magic in it, you know. There is one I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to wait. Here's a little teaser. I hope LJ comes on because he gave it to me. There's a 100% trend that dates back to 1914. Yeah.
That's this week?
That's a good teaser, ain't it? I've already bet the game.
What? Okay, 100%. Is it 8-0? Is it 15-0? Is it 32-0? Is it?
Okay, here's the deal. I don't know. That's the question that we're going to look at together.
There was one last night. Did you guys hear it? The Dolphins fit it. The fade. The team that's coming out of an outright win as a home dog going on the road on Thursday is like I think it was 0-8 and 0-12 straight up the last like 50. It was some like the Bengals just fit it, and of course they cover. So it's crazy those ones you can find.
Yeah. Well, this one I'm assuming it can't be like 0-50, but stretching that far back and thinking of this team, you'll see when I bring it up. I'm causing some excitement for the show, but it's interesting. I need to flip on this. I think my AC's set too high. I'm sweating my balls off. Hold on. Talk amongst yourself.
So what other games you guys looking
at? Let's see. There's one game I have a look towards it. I didn't bet it yet, but I'm probably going to be betting the total. But I have an interesting feel on the side here. And it doesn't 100% agree with my index, but it's kind of one of those fade the public types of plays. I kind of want to lay the points with Ole Miss against Kentucky because I feel like Kentucky's the ultimate public underdog this week.
That is true.
Yeah.
That last statement is true. Definitely the ultimate public play.
Is that them? And there is another play where this one team has turned into what feels like a public underdog. Because I saw one person post according to BetMGM, one of the top 3 bet teams this week is good old Bacon Bits, Arkansas. I already got in on Alabama at -15, and it's up to 17.5. So I feel like Alabama in a rout in that one as well. Those are 2 that were just off the top of my head. Discuss.
I'm off both those games. We did cover the Kentucky Ole Miss game on my show. I like the point. I like Ole Miss to win, but I think it's probably I'm not officially on it, but I think it's too many points for a team that still has to prove themselves. Whereas, because I don't know who, I'm trying to pull up my notes really quick. Who has Ole Miss played?
We can look that up.
I trust 2 things in life. They haven't played anybody. Tulsa,
my mother, and Google.
Scott. And I know, at least I know for whatever the Florida win was worth, but I know Kentucky can go into a hostile environment.
Troy, Central Arkansas, Georgia Tech, Tulsa. So Tulsa's their best.
Right.
Wow, that is quite the SOS there.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say I'm not sold on Jackson Dart yet. I just don't know
about them.
And yet they're 7-point favorites over Florida, who has a win over, Kentucky, who has a win over Florida, and has looked really strong this year.
Yeah, that's strange. Where does your index this is what I'm going to do just so there's not silence when I'm doing math. Is there a big discrepancy between the line and where your index is for either of these games?
For Kentucky, no, I had it at 6.5 for that game. I have Ole Miss as a 6.5-point favorite. For Alabama, I got Alabama as a 20-point favorite in that game. And I got it. I got it below.
There's no value. We're at the time where our caps are getting stronger, but I'm seeing less value in especially SEC games. I think they're getting close. I tend to, by this time in the season, I'm not betting big games usually. I'm going to have to, now that I'm doing videos, because that gets attention. I'm going to have to find bets.
Of course.
But it's gonna be totals probably, or half bets. It's not good. The lines are going to stink for SEC games coming up pretty soon. They're going to suck.
Because those are the games that everybody bets.
Yeah, and those are the games that everyone's the sharpest on, that everyone, that they're focusing on. Just like college basketball, that's where there's zero value in all the games. Like
that's why there's zero value in Duke and Carolina and Kentucky, but there's all the value on UMKC and
Oral Roberts,
UC Irvine, and yes, those games.
Yeah. Winthrop.
Yep.
Winthrop. Hell yeah. Murray State, and
I'm dreading basketball season coming because I'm already fucking so busy. But college basketball and MLB are probably my two most profitable. Not my favorite to cap, but there's so much value in college basketball. There's so much
absolutely.
Value. Yeah, I agree. All right, so JPZ said DeGrom loves giving up those cheeks. JPZ's a funny guy. What can I say? Shout out JPZ. He's everywhere. You're Marley, he didn't do your intro, right?
No. My friend of mine did my intro.
I love your intro, but I just figured because I loved it, he did it.
Nah. Shout out JPZ though, but I didn't know JPZ at the time.
Some fire that sesh intro is like I want to listen to that in my car when I'm driving. Like
I might have to shoot you something, man. I have to send you your email.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, man. You know what I want to look at, just because it's my team? I want to look at the USC game. I think the line's ridiculous. If there's any value we can find in the game, ASU always plays them real tough. I know that, but they've been a bet on for the
ASU's a mess.
Well, for the first time in a long time, for the first time since I've been handicapping sports, not just betting it blindly, USC's a bet on team. Some way you can find bets before. Fuck no, they never covered. They were a mess. Problem is, his lines are going to be ridiculous, though. So they're what are they? I think they were 14 last time.
Let's take a look at the numbers for this. I believe I landed on a total in that game that I'm looking.
That's probably what we're going to do, but me, but.
Yeah, I'm looking.
14, 25 and a half. That's ridiculous. I'll probably look at
the question is, how many points are Arizona State going to put up?
Yeah, and the over 61 and a half.
Nope.
I didn't have the nuts to jump on that San Diego State. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Fuck, man, they're up 13-0. They were a 6-point dog, and I seen it. I
stayed
completely off that game.
Oh, I seen it. I just didn't have the nuts to press.
Let's see where the first half stuff is for USC.
I'm looking at the under in that game because I think that that Arizona State only puts up 22 points a game, and this is a much better USC team compared to the teams they have been playing. Arizona State's 0-4 over under this year. All four of their games have gone under, and those totals were 53.5, 56.5, 58.5, and 52.5. So they haven't even had a total up in the 60s, and now now obviously that's because Southern California plays a little bit higher pace, but USC's gone under in back-to-back games.
They played a grimy defensive game against Oregon State, which Oregon State played the exact type of football they wanted to in that game, and USC had to squeak out of that one. And they won 45-17 against Fresno State. I can see something similar to that, where we see their opponent struggle to score a little bit. Arizona State doesn't impress me offensively.
Only thing that scared me is that USC might score 40.
Team totals aren't out yet.
I'm kind of expecting Arizona State to put up 13.
Team totals aren't out yet, I don't think. I'm looking at different books, and they're not out. That's what I'd be looking at. But I agree. By the way, shout out to Oregon. I mean, give Oregon State their props. I mean, I know Marley, and we were talking about the Pac-10 show. Their defense, those defensive backs are the truth. I mean, Caleb Williams, I mean, he was running around the backfield like Mighty Mouse, man. No one was open, and that game scared me. They're the team in Corvallis that pisses in
your own peril.
Yeah, shame on you, Dave, for saying they played tough and then you pussed out and didn't take the 6, motherfucker.
I took what did I bet? I bet
Oregon State's corners are like tops in the country.
They are, yeah.
I told you that.
You did. You're right.
Yeah.
I forget what bet I had on it.
Rise above anything. Nice play, man. I wanted to take the money line.
Still,
I just wanted first half.
Still early.
Yeah, I wanted first half because I knew they would have trouble first half. It's a new quarterback. So
yeah, I can't find the only thing I'm going to bet in the SC game is a team total. It's probably going to be like 35 or something.
Half line
38.
Let's see what I don't know if they'll have it on Betstamp here. What the
yeah, look on Betstamp. I don't have Betstamp, but I'm looking at all the different sites and none of them are out.
I'm about to look up this second half line for this San Diego State game.
Put me on a live bet. I need to win some money. Fuck knows of my first 2 bets I pissed away.
42.5 on Pinnacle.
That's too high for me.
Yeah. 18.5 on Pinnacle for ASU.
I'm gonna hope that ASU scores first and bet live, which isn't gonna happen, but it's probably a live bet opportunity.
Wow, what a down year for Boise, huh? They're just garbage.
Yeah. Leafs up 4-2, but there's still a lot of time left. I am going to become the greatest NHL handicapper of all time. I'm telling you right now. Marley, I spent hours doing a breakdown. I put it in.
It was absolute gold.
Should I read it to everyone? I'll just read it to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. This was my breakdown for the game. I did this with the Kraken. The Kraken won his dogs, and
I like the Kraken as well.
And I picked the Leafs, and everyone told me that I'm an idiot, which it's not the first time.
I was leaning Leafs just because I like dogs in the preseason.
All right, where's my breakdown? Oh, here it is. Okay. NHL play of the day. In 1982, Canada adopted its own constitution and became a completely independent country. And it would seem fitting to name a team the Senators in the nation's capital. But come on, Canada, you're not fooling me. We're still a part of the British Commonwealth, and she's your queen too. For the longest time, it bothered me that the Maple Leafs, FS, wasn't spelled Maple Leaves, VES, but then I found that the correct spelling for a proper noun, which made me feel smarter, was Maple Leafs. So Maple Leafs money line. What do you think about that?
You have to read the Kraken one too.
Oh, the Kraken one? This was one for the Kraken one. Yeah, the Kraken one was a little bit more pointed, I guess.
That's funny.
Obviously, this is me not knowing hockey, so me kind of making a joke about it.
Right.
I'm betting these games full units. I'm putting my money on that. I'm out. Where is the Kraken one? Monday? No, it wasn't Monday. Where is it? This chat has too much bullshit going on in it. Wednesday? That was Wednesday, right? Oh, here it is. NHL preseason cap. This one was tough. Kraken aren't real, but is a Canuck real? I mean, it's a nickname for a Canadian, but is it an actual thing? And why is the logo an orca instead of something cool like a Mountie or an actual Canadian person? And by the way, aren't there more orcas around Seattle than Krakens? So why isn't Seattle the orcas? Either way, the kid in Free Willy was a freaking dork. Kraken money line. I'm the best NHL capper ever.
Forget using advanced analytics and all that stuff. Just use Free Willy and it's cracking real.
I like it. That's dope.
Anyway,
that's a cool little idea.
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting them on my page. I'm gonna piss like Canadians off, and I'm gonna piss like real hockey people off.
Who cares?
Still good fun.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, we need more college. Nick, I mean, your bets are already out, right? You don't have any. Are you thinking about anything? Are you questioning? You probably already have 25 bets.
I got a decent one that I like this week that I'll just bring up and we'll have discussions on. Yeah, let's see. All right, I'll bring up this game just because it's my alma mater or whatever. All right, it was originally supposed to be in South Florida. The game's been moved to Boca Raton.
Okay.
So it's a neutral site. The game was also moved from, I believe, 6:30 to 2:30 here. East Carolina and South Florida. Thoughts?
People have talked about this game and that move. How far is Boca Raton from where South Florida is?
I believe.
South Florida is Miami, right?
Yeah.
Down that way.
So they did it did move a little bit just because of the hurricane.
What's the line at?
East Carolina is an 8.5 point favorite. The total is a 56.
9. East Carolina is a 9.5 point favorite.
They're 9 now?
9 or 9.5.
Shit.
I don't know.
9. They're 9 on Bet Online, and it's 56.5.
Right, it's gone up, which is strange, and the totals dropped.
Total dropped. It was a 59. 56.5.
I
still like the under.
Yeah, I was going to say
like the under.
I might. I know ECU's been good for the under. I don't know what they've been.
They're 2-2 overall, but 2-1 in games against actual FCS schools.
Yeah.
Not because one of their games they did go over was a 49-10 win over Campbell, which is a good FBS school, but still an FBS school.
They put up. There was that scare against Florida. They scored 3 points versus Louisville, which Howard, BYU smoked them. What do they have? That? Let's go to team rankings. What are their stats looking like?
ECU's got, I think, the 33rd ranked defense according to points per game. They don't give up much. They shut out NC State in the second half of that opening game. They held Old Dominion to 21 points. That game against Navy, they held Navy to 17 points in regulation, but 3 points in the first 3 quarters. That game was. I was at that game. It was 3-3 heading into the fourth quarter, and I ended up sweating the under.
South Florida, they score 17 points a game. That's horrible. 110th. They give up 40, 115th. So that's kind of concerning for an under. They give up a ton of rushing yards.
I don't know if ECU's offense is good enough to put up that many points against them, though.
Actually, they're pretty okay versus the pass, 210 yards. Versus the rush, this is the thing, they have no rush defense.
And that's what East Carolina is going to do, is they're going to run the ball down their throat with Harris and Mitchell.
Yeah, so that's probably an under
screen
spot.
passes. They'll throw screen passes with Ehlers.
Under. If it stays, should I take? Nah, I'm gonna wait. If 57.5 is the best number I see, I might take that. I'm not gonna even worry about indexing this.
We got a field goal before halftime. I'm sorry. We got a field goal before halftime. I didn't know that.
Yep.
We're at 51. Oh, we're good.
1-0 Pirates too. I got them in the first 5 innings. Hopefully they can hold the lead there, so I don't reverse sweep baseball.
Well, MTSU isn't dead in that game.
No, I need 14 points.
Well, then, MTA. Let's have Middle Tennessee score 14 points, and we'll all be happy.
Yeah, why not?
That Houston bet was absolutely the worst bet.
We do have Tulane up on the site tonight. Tim liked Tulane.
Houston
Yeah, I
is
know.
driving.
I remember him saying that.
They're not going to cover, but they might win outright. They're driving.
And then what do we got?
Wow, that game's in the 4th. I'm glad I didn't bet the over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my best bet of the night. I thought. What do I know? Shit.
Yeah.
I almost took it.
I'm more interested in that Washington game. Yeah, I need them to hold on.
They just scored. Damn, there's somebody rise above's ahead of me. I said they were driving. They must score right here on this play.
Marley, what do you
get out
what other things you're kicking around in your brain?
Wow, that's how we fucking scored. I see it rise above. Oh, well, I see him get down there. All right, anyway. I'm on I like the over in the Wake Forest Florida State game. Let me get to it over here.
That wouldn't surprise. The only problem in that is if FSU Wake's going to score a lot of points.
Wake's going to fucking score 30. I mean, I don't think FSU's defense is going to hold. I mean, they let Louisville score 31. I think Wake's offense is a little bit better. LSU offense is just J.D. Daniels running around. They let them score 23. So I figure Wake can give me 30. And we know Wake defense gives up 30 points a game as is already. So, and one thing too I like about Wake, tempo. They're going to try to go. So, you're going to get a lot of possessions. Florida State does tend to run the ball a lot. But if you look at Wake Forest's games, I mean, there's not a game. They scored 45, obviously, is Vanderbilt, 37 against Liberty, 45 against Clemson. They're going to score. So I like the over. Florida State is averaging 37.5 points per game themselves. Although it was against, defenses weren't their best. LSU.
Duquesne. They played Duquesne.
Who played Duquesne?
Yeah.
Florida State. So Florida State's played Florida.
Yeah, Duquesne cover that spread too.
Florida has a good defense.
Yeah.
Duquesne was 47. LSU was 24. Louisville was 35. Boston College was 44. So they scored a lot of points, but they scored a lot of points against teams that give up a lot of points.
Well, what is Wake Forest?
Wake Forest gives up points.
So they do.
Yeah, a team.
I mean, that's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying facts. I'm not saying that.
I like the over in that game too. I agree with that.
Yeah,
it's up there. It's 66.
It's high. It's 65. I saw 65. It might have went up. But I still like it. I'm also looking at. I haven't got to the window yet with this one yet, but I'm looking at it. It's Indiana and Nebraska. I think I'm loving the over there as well. Both of these, it says 61. Both of these defenses are giving up damn near 30. Well, Nebraska gives up 35, and Indiana gives up 29.5. And Indiana, they both almost average 30, and we're getting to 61. So Indiana's, with the exception of Cincinnati, they've scored 30 points. And Illinois, who's kind of the defensive team, but they've scored 35 and 33. Nebraska, we all know they're in shambles right now. Defense is
fade Nebraska, print money.
Right, and then, I was thinking about that as well because you're getting plus money on
with Indiana. That's gonna be on my card.
And so I haven't gotten to the window yet, but that's just another game that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the over, and I kind of like Indiana with the points because like Nebraska's definitely.
Where's your index at that, Nick?
For which one?
For Indiana, Nebraska.
I have it Indiana -1.
And
you have them as a favorite?
Indiana as a favorite.
They have.
Oh, that means I got to do some work. Are you doing rehab right now, Hammer Poop?
No, I'm just have my phone plugged in so it doesn't die. I'm trying to elevate my fucking leg.
I thought you were doing like like you're on the stationary bike or something.
This is a little fucking scooter.
Is that one of those things where you put your leg up and you
Yeah, put my knee up and then I can scoot around.
Look like one of those dogs.
32.
All right, let's index this Indiana game because I'm a little curious to see what's up.
After that game, can you index, guys? I want to know what you guys feel about the Iowa State and Kansas after that. What you guys?
Yeah, we'll hit that up in just a second.
And then I'll talk. And then after that game, I'll toss up Michigan and Iowa.
Yeah, I want to talk about that game too. Definitely.
I really like a side in that game.
I have a play on that game actually.
All right.
And home run for
this will take me 20 seconds. So just
Cardinals tied at the bottom of the fourth.
Already. 7.
I think I'm about to jump on this Indiana right now.
It is looking. So why is Nebraska, without me finishing this, I'm already looking and it's definitely looking like it's a pick 'em at worst. Why is Nebraska such a
5
favorite?
points. I don't know. I'm just going to take it because
they're at home.
But 5 fucking points? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
All right, so this one has Nebraska as a slight favorite. So we'll go.
Oh, that's a night game.
2.89 plus 3.88 minus 0.62 divided by 3. I have Nebraska as a half-point favorite, so I'm probably all over this fucking game. What's the money line? Should this be a grab?
I don't know.
I like plus 170, plus 175.
And the other thing too is this game opened
at
at
plus
3.5. This opened at 3.5. Why is the line jumping? Is there an injury for Indiana?
I don't know. I need to go check it. Yeah, it's really like
football injury. We need to look at that because that is importante. Actually, I'll just go to Covers has a really good injury report. Free advertising for technically competition.
States went up to 7.
Even though I'm a nothing burger. Injuries. There we go.
State line went up to 7.
Injuries. That's for basketball. All right, so we have a wide receiver that's questionable, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, 3 wide receivers. Are these any ones that matter though? That's the other thing. I look at their stats because you don't know. Yeah, this one's a player, so one of their stud receivers is questionable. This guy's a bench player, probably. The tight end, bench player. He has no stats. So there's one skill player that's hurt.
Oh, interception! U of H. Oh, they been that call the flag on.
Anyway, yeah, I think shit. There's nothing showing me that Indiana should be a 5.5 point dog. I'm betting that. Anyone against that? Anyone not like that?
No, I like them.
Well, shit. There we go. We got a lot of stuff in the chat. We're gonna Kansas State. We're gonna talk about the game. We're gonna go with Hammer Boot first because we got a lot of stuff to cover. We're gonna talk about Iowa too. What was the game you wanted, Chris?
Iowa State and Kansas.
All right. What are you thinking?
This is one I kind of like. It's kind of a buy low, sell high. I think Kansas is fucking sky high right now. Iowa State just lost to Baylor. It's kind of ugly. It's smelly. They have a shit. I think they're 3-1. They're laying points on the road. And Kansas is 4-0. They look good, and it just kind of. I just think people are going to think that's appetizing. Kansas at home catching points. I'm lean. The Cyclones there.
That's definitely a good look. Yeah, with the team that's 4-0 that's at home getting points, that's usually it's not even a trap. It's so obvious. It's just idiots are going to take that bet. I without even looking at this, it's probably an Iowa State spot. But are either of you other guys on that?
I like Kansas in the over.
Yeah, I'm not on it, and that's simply because I haven't watched Kansas, so I'm not sure exactly what to think. I know they've been winning and been surprising people, but I really haven't watched them yet. And to be 100% honest, when we capped the Big 12 preseason, I who had Kansas doing what they're doing right now?
No one did.
Yeah.
So with that being said, like I'm gonna sit and watch them. This will be a good test, measuring stick. So I wouldn't bet it. If I did, it would be live. Honestly. But yeah, man, my opinion's no good here, honestly.
Wow, this guy really likes Iowa State. Nick, what's your index on that game?
I have Kansas as a slight favorite.
There's no way I'm gonna have that. This one guy fucking loves.
And I'm gonna redo it real quick to make sure I got it right.
Yeah, this is yeah, these guys love Iowa State. So 5.55 plus 14.16 plus 13.
I mean, Kansas has looked really good. They played the likes of Duke. I mean, they moved the ball, but they played Duke last
Iowa
week.
State is on these indexes that I just averaged is an 8.5 point favorite.
Oh, I screwed up.
Yeah.
I think when I crunched these numbers, I went a little quick and put Kansas as the home team.
Yeah. Had to.
I like the over in that game still.
Quick update. 14-14 Tulane, Houston. Houston just stopped them. They got the ball back with 8 minutes left to go in the fourth. So they still actually got a good chance to cover.
So that's a good look. Here's what else I want to look in that game is I want to look at each team's stats side by side just to see what each do well. I mean, someone else look up who Kansas has played, Nick. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, and then
They played Houston, which I'm down on Houston. I think Clayton Tune is garbage. He already has
West Virginia and then the powerhouse of Tennessee Tech. The Golden Eagles.
so
That's a small.
Kansas scores 40. Kansas is the seventh highest scoring team, but again, it's probably that Tennessee Tech game is probably ridiculous. They give up 33 points a game, which is sort of average, 88, a little slightly below average. They rush the ball quite a bit. They're average in rush defense, and they are average in pass offense and below average in pass defense. Iowa State, and when I say average, I usually around 70 to 80 in the nation is about average. So Iowa State scores 25 a game, gives up 16, so their defense is pretty good. They're below average in rushing, but they're fourth in the nation. I'll go back to Kansas. They're fourth in the nation, 68 yards per game in rush defense, and Kansas rushes the ball. That's what they do. So that's a way big lean to Iowa State. And then Iowa State above average in passing and really 19th in the nation at pass defense. This is an Iowa State game. How the hell are they? How the hell is Kansas favored?
Kansas is favored.
I know. How is an Iowa State more of a favorite? Is what I was saying. Yeah, that's an Iowa State spot for sure. In fact, I'm circling that one too.
Cool.
Because everything Iowa State does, Kansas State doesn't do well at. And the one thing that Kansas does is run the ball. Iowa State's one of the best teams in the country at stopping the run.
Yeah. It's going to be a little different ball game than the Dukes and the Tennessee Techs.
Yeah, Peasy, I know you're on the Braves. Nick's a big Mets fan, so that's not.
Yeah, I like that notification. I don't need every single time the Braves score. I am watching the game.
Yeah, I want to say
I do not need reminders that the Braves are scoring runs.
He's not doing that because of that. He's his bet's on the other side, so he's just
Then I wish you nothing but no luck with that.
Of course, I feel you. All right, well, Hammer Poop put us on a good one. We better all be on Iowa State.
I had Kansas. Actually, in a free pick video, I gave out Kansas on ESB earlier in the week. I'll probably only be on the over now.
I feel you. Okay, what was the one that the Iowa game? You guys were all talking
Iowa
about.
And Michigan.
Yep.
I have a play on the side that I like for this game. I want to hear your opinions first before I tell you what I like.
All right, you guys go. I'm gonna cap it right now. Marley, you got anything on that game?
No. The Iowa State game you said?
Iowa, Michigan.
Iowa and Michigan.
Oh no! I have Michigan on that game. I have Michigan minus the points. Iowa can't score. It's kind of that simple for me. What are they? You take away the Nevada game. Let me go back and pull it up real quick. You take away the Nevada game, I think they were averaging like 7 points a game before that. And I'm not like a huge Michigan fan at all. I actually don't like Michigan at all. But here we go.
By the way, to answer Rise's question in the chat, Nick, you gave out Kansas, didn't you? Yes, and I realized looking back at my numbers and re-crunching them that I messed up and I gave Kansas the home field advantage in that game when I shouldn't have. So, yeah, I had that game around a pick 'em. Now I have it at ISU -8. So I'm not going to be on Kansas. I didn't bet Kansas yet, but I was going to bet it. But now that I realized that my numbers were off, I'm not betting it.
State. So. Iowa State. What am I doing? Michigan.
Well, that game is in Lawrence.
It is?
Yeah. That's why I think it kind of smells. It's like they're going on the road.
Did I type it in wrong or?
I don't know. You did something wrong because I don't know what. There's no way they're a pick 'em. I mean, all these one of these indexes had them as a 14-point favorite.
Okay, no, they're at home. So.
Yeah. Michigan.
Let me redo that again. Let me figure this one out. Yeah, I thought they were on the road for a second.
We're looking at a different team. I do that all the time because there's
actually. Yeah.
All right, so
that's what I did. Okay, I figured out what I did. I had them as a 3.5-point favorite when really I should have had ISU as a 3.5-point favorite. Yeah. So the line's about right.
Where's the line in this Iowa game? Because I have Michigan as a 5.88 point favorite.
I saw 10.5.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know Iowa can't score, but isn't their defense the tits though?
I mean, it is. Who have they played that can threaten them offensively?
Well, let's do the other way.
I'm gonna turn the tables on you here. Who the fuck have Michigan played? Oh yeah, the powerhouses of Colorado State,
they haven't played,
Hawaii, and UConn.
Yeah, by the way,
and the one time they played a legitimate team in Maryland, they had to squeak out a 7-point win.
No, they haven't played anybody, but they at least have scored against the teams that they haven't played against. Iowa scored 7 points against San Diego State. You think Michigan's only going to score?
They finally got their offense going the last 2 weeks. They finally got it going.
Against Rutgers and Nevada, yeah, they got it going.
South Dakota State.
Chris, what were you saying?
He said San Diego.
Oh yes, I said San Diego, South Dakota State.
Sure. No, I was saying Colorado State lost to Sac State last week.
Colorado State's 0-4 and 0-4 ATS.
They take the cake from UConn and UMass. I think they might be the worst.
When they played they won.
Michigan,
they lost 7.
Yeah, Michigan probably created the biggest or the most pussiest out of conference schedule.
Oh, I mean, I'm not a big Michigan fan.
And they're all at home too. This is their first road game, so they're finally traveling. All right, so here's where I'm going for this game.
Iowa State's defense. Iowa's defense is legit.
Yeah, I'm taking the points in this game. I'm taking the points with Iowa, and I'm going to say this. This is your big upset of the weekend. Iowa knocks off Michigan straight up.
I love when Earl does that. He pulls out his money line cock.
Money line plus 315, plus 325, around that range. Iowa outright. Clip it. Iowa beats Michigan.
I need a money line talk banner.
I love that. We should all put our heads together for a money line cock parlay. Pick 3 or 4. It's so good.
Big dogs. These got to be dogs though too. You can't just minus 150.
course.
Oh no, that's what I said. Dog, money line dogs. Yeah.
Money line cock. That's awesome. That's very
Big Dick play of the week. Iowa money line.
All right, but we're obviously on different sides. I'm definitely leaning Iowa. The only other person I know.
This is definitely the best defense that they have seen. Touchdown.
Okay, Marley, you got to go over the top on Iowa.
Huh? No, I'm still with Michigan.
Yeah.
That shit don't change.
That's a good point.
None of that shit changed nothing. I'm going with.
I do that sometimes.
Shit. You gotta bet that defense holds Michigan to less than like. You probably gotta hope they hold them to like 14.
Well, let's go on this.
Can't you see that being an ugly like 16-10 game?
Oh no, it's possible. It's possible. Hey, Iowa State can win the. I mean, Iowa can win the game. I'm not saying it like
still a legitimate Iowa team.
Well, yeah, I don't.
Their defense is what carries them, and that's the way it's been for years.
Look at Iowa though. We'll look at. I'll pull up their team stats. They score 20 points a game, but they give up 6.7 points a game. Second best.
The 2 of those 20 points was fucking.
No, I feel you. It's horrible. Their rushing game. They're 117 yards on the ground. That's 98. That's below average. Right. Their passing yards are 138 a game. That's horrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah. It's too many points, though. I think it's too many points.
Maybe.
Way too many.
Maybe. I like when we disagree. This is the whole fucking point of this. I mean, we need to all these powder puff programs where everyone agrees with each other
and sings kumbaya. No, we don't need to circle jerk in the middle and all agree on every play.
So I'm not like super arguing.
This is one of my favorite plays of the week, honestly, is Iowa.
It's definitely not one of my favorite plays.
I had it as a 5.5 point favorite.
I just got no faith. Peters has thrown for fucking 500.
30 minutes an hour, maybe.
1 touchdown 30 minutes an hour. With 2 interceptions. Like, get the fuck out of here. And I just look at it like, too.
Or Michigan team total under.
Someone's got their YouTube feed on, I think.
Oh, that's me.
I mean, I like hearing your voice twice, but
hold on.
I'm not hearing it.
It's been on the whole time. I don't know why it's doing it now.
Anyway. No. It just started right now. I don't know what.
I know, but it's cool. I can exit out. But yeah, bro, 17 points a game. They scored 27 against Rutgers in Nevada. If you want to say they figured it out, I guess. I mean, Rutgers in Nevada.
Probably we have an update. We have an update
against Rutgers. Were defensive, right? So I mean.
We have an update. The Maple Leafs won 6-3. I'm the best hockey capper on the face of the planet. Let's fucking go. What was it? Plus 160 or plus 170? I'll look it up right now. Full unit on that horrible cap. Oh Jesus!
Absolutely beautiful.
Plus 165 full unit, baby.
And Michigan defense is still. I don't know.
2 in a row. Two big ass puck money line. No, the other one was puck line.
I've hit 4. Let's see what. Oh, Calgary tied it. All right. Here's the thing: is the last 3 days with NHL preseason, I haven't bet a single one, but I've been giving out big dogs. I had the Red Wings plus 300 against Pittsburgh 2 days ago. I had. The Blackhawks running it right back against the Red Wings that time, plus 180. Both those came through. And last night I gave out the Kraken and I gave out the Hurricanes. Both those came through as $2 dogs. Tonight it's the Flames. And I'm going to continue this for the rest of the preseason. I'm going to give out dogs. And I'm not going to bet it just so the people I give these plays out to can reap the rewards. Because I know the second I put $1 on any of those plays, they're going to lose for one.
So I'm going to say this about my hockey capping.
Fucking go.
I can name a total of three players in the entire league. 3. And 2 of them, because they're old, and it's when I watched ESPN and used to follow hockey. 3 players. That's it. Can you guys guess which ones? You can probably guess all 3 of them.
Kopitar?
Nope.
Oh, Gretzky?
In the league.
Not
of all time.
Oh, in the active now?
Yeah.
Yzerman?
Iserman, what is not in the league now? That was
Well,
the
he's a
90s.
GM. I know what you're trying to do.
He's really good.
Crosby,
Connor
Ovechkin,
McDavid, Crosby, and
Connor McDavid.
Ovechkin. Those are the only three I can name.
I can name a couple more, but
You can't hockey. I just make up stupid stories.
yeah.
I'm like the wife in the fantasy football league. I'm like the little kid that runs to one of the football helmets to choose a Super Bowl championship. I'm that octopus.
You're like the dog that they toss the basketball to, goes,
Yeah.
and then it shoots the ball into which side he likes.
I'm one of those things.
21-14 Cougars, U of H.
Damn.
Well, you're on Houston, right?
Yes, sir.
We have Tulane
Well, I
up
wish
on
you
the
luck.
site.
I fucked that game horribly. I chose the worst bet of the day was my best bet of the day. Where are we at with Middle Tennessee? Are we back up yet?
Yeah. I got
You don't want to look.
Oh, they scored already, and they have the ball,
Middle Tennessee
and they're
scored.
in middle. Oh, fuck. That game's over. Yeah,
I need the total to go over.
not good.
Need one more score, I think. 58. Yeah, I need one more touchdown.
All right. So I need to find a live game. We'll do that. If UCLA wins, I'll be positive because I got the plus money, and I bet UCLA money line too. By the way,
I'm about to take Washington.
I like Washington. Yeah, I already took Washington.
good. I will be rooting for you in life, but I'll be rooting against you
That's cool.
in that game.
That's cool. I need Washington.
Ottawa. I love the Ottawa play there, Stimmy. I'm on the Red Blacks. I
Good,
got
Dave.
it at
You
7.
and me. UCLA to the under, baby.
Yeah.
And I gave during my 5
UCLA
o'clock
is
show, I gave Lenny and I like to give out what we call gut plays. They're big underdogs that we didn't put any money on, but we would lean towards. My gut play for tonight in college football is the Lobos of New Mexico straight up against UNLV. That's 14-point dogs. Straight up money line.
Well, there you go.
I didn't bet it, but that was a lean for me.
Let me do a little housekeeping here. Yeah, we'll do that then. All right. Well, Marley, what else? What are you looking at?
That's about it for my college plays. We covered North Carolina State. Oh, I think I'm leaning OU. We haven't talked that. I expect the bounce back performance from the coach that everybody telling me is supposed to be one of the best coaches in the league.
I took the money line, Don.
On TCU?
No. No, he's talking about UCLA. Sorry.
Oh yeah. No. I'm on UCLA money line. Nice. I'm on Washington, dude.
I know you're on the other side.
UCLA fucking defense is just
Let's talk. Okay, so let's do this one since we're all kind of wherever. And he's not he's an NFL guy, but he sent me this thing. I mean, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've already bet this game.
Oh my God, he caught that shit.
Since 1914, this team has never won in the Eastern time zone. In EST, they've never won in over 100 years.
In the NFL?
No. In
college?
Football. And this is the thing, I don't know how many times they've played, but it's UTEP. They're playing Charlotte.
Oh,
so I think what we need to do is look into how many times, because I've already bet. I mean, that's a trend that is just how can you buck that? It's over 100 years old.
I actually like UTEP. I didn't know about this trend, but I liked UTEP in that game. My power rankings like UTEP, and I've been fading UTEP all year.
How do you find out how many times they've played? I mean, I don't know how you do that. This just was given to me.
I have no idea.
I have UTEP as a 7.5 point projected favorite, and I can get it.
Well, that's why it's plus. That's why the bet is. I took it and got. No, that's fucking that one. It's only plus 130. So they're not that. I mean, they're actually not that big of a favorite, so you like them a lot. Here's the thing.
I like
Without
UTEP,
looking
yes.
into that, you have to bet that's at least 10 games, right? In 100 years. That's at least 20 games probably, right? In over 100 years. So if that trend is 20-something and 0, how the fuck do you go against it? I mean,
Who are they
I
playing?
use my numbers for what I have for those
Charlotte.
for that team this year.
You like Charlotte, Marty. I know you like Charlotte.
I haven't capped that game at all.
Well, what else is there to cap since 1914? They haven't won in the in the EST.
Yeah, but that's like that. I don't know. I don't like that. That stat doesn't mean anything to me.
How does it? They haven't won. They haven't won when they've traveled to the East Coast one time in 108 years. And it's more than 20 times. Think about it. It's got to be more than 20 times, right? It's probably more than 30 times.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I don't know. I don't know how much.
You guys are missing out on the best college play of the day. Charlotte money line, baby. Charlotte.
I mean, I'm not saying that they couldn't win the game.
What's Charlotte?
I haven't looked at neither one of those teams.
The 49ers. That's my favorite football team. Fuck yeah, that's double it up.
Oh,
this is the week of irrational capping.
Yeah, it might be something I go cap. I go give it a look.
Did Atlanta hit a grand slam or something?
No, I had the Pirates first 5, and I wanted at least one non-loser in baseball today. When 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th fucking inning, the Cardinals score a run, and they only had a guy on first, and they got back-to-back singles.
That sucks.
So I can't have anything nice in baseball. I hate it.
Let's find a live bet for you. We're gonna find one later. This show is 2-0 in live bets, 3-0 in live bets. We've smoked them. We bet the Dodgers. Did we bet the Dodgers last time?
We bet the Dodgers on Wednesday. Yeah.
We'll get them.
Yeah, we're in the top of the 9th now in Atlanta. Kenley Jansen's pitching, so that's the only hope the Mets have, but they're down 5-2.
Well, Kenley Jansen was only bad when he was in the Dodgers. I mean,
he's been bad on the Braves too a little bit.
Yeah, well, he only fucked up big situations when he was in the Dodgers.
Third down. They let him get all the way on the goal line. Fucking U of H. 47 seconds left. They can run it though.
Oh boy. There's this freaking. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to give this guy a shout out. We've had some trolls. I'm teeny tiny. And we've had some trolls lately in the show and on Twitter and guys being fucking racist and shit. There's no time. I don't have time for that bullshit.
Yeah.
Would you take?
I'm too busy winning money, MFers. That's what I'm busy doing. Drinking brown water. Are we drinking tonight? I know Marley's drinking something.
Yeah, I'm fucking drinking.
What do you sip? What do you sip on? What do you?
Right tonight I'm sipping on Crown.
Nice.
And, my drink of choice is
good job, Lindor. Let's swing out a ball up your head.
Remy.
Yeah, I'm a Remy man.
I'm a different types of whiskey tonight. You know, I'm a Scotch guy. Firstly, maybe bourbon next, but tonight I've got a little shout out to Conor McGregor, proper number 12 Irish whiskey, smooth as shit. No mixers, just ice.
Oh, because they're in Houston. Fucking right. 4th and goal, 42 seconds left.
Lance, cheers. If you're drinking with us, drink. This is the deal. We like to have a good time. We fuck around.
Connor got hit by the pitch. That's new.
We're all serious about winning money. That's for sure. I would say, and this is a teeny tiny place, and you know, I have some of the same guys come on, but we've had cappers from all over the world. Terry's from a different country. I have a guy from Portugal we're going to bring on. I have a soccer capper from Hawaii that's going to come on. You know, Pedro's going to come on. If you know Pedro Pimentel.
Yeah, Pedro Pimentel. Yeah.
He's going to come on. We don't work for big sites. We're not on any of the big ones, but I'm going to tell you this. I know this because of our results, and I keep track of my results. I haven't posted the past month and a half, but it's all going to come in September, and I'm only up like 6 units the past month and a half. It hasn't been that great, but Results wise and capping styles wise, there's very few places you're going to get a better group of different types of styles in here. It's hard to find. Go find them. Go to the big guys.
Tulane to score.
Yeah, and it was a fucking great.
I'm trying to do an advertisement here, and you guys are screwing it up.
Bro.
By the way,
everything
I just said is horrible. These guys are just a bunch of slappy wags, and they're not unprofessional and everything else. How about that?
Christ.
Okay, that sounds about right.
I'm all for that. From a guy that puts boobs in every time he goes on Terry's show.
I said to Terry, I know exactly what he's doing because he told me, and then I didn't say what you were doing.
Today I went on the hockey show. It was Bobano and some guy with an accent. I forget his name. And obviously, I don't think Bobano thinks my stuff is cute. He's much more of a grown up than I am. But I put in hey, I'm on the road, Tiggle Bitties. And they probably don't know what that is. Both of them are Canadian. That might not be a Canadian thing, but I put that on there. And
hockey show?
Yeah, it was a hockey show. I forget what they were doing today. I don't know. You see me with hockey. But then on his show, or on Lenny, on your guys' show, which, by the way, Lenny friended me on this is the problem, by the way. Handicappers, put your picture on Twitter. Put your face out there. Don't hide behind a duck or a fucking, character. Be a man or be a person.
Oh, I have the ESB logo.
Well, I know you do. What you're trying to you're on YouTube. These are guys that aren't whatever. And Lenny is too. But Lenny, I didn't know who he was, and he's not like super huge on Twitter, so I didn't follow him back. Not that that's my criteria. Just one day it came in and I brushed it off, so I followed him. But when he runs that show that you guys did, I guess he's producing it. And when he's all like knockers,
I was laughing because I knew exactly.
I know. It's for me and you and no one else until they figured. I think Tim's kind of on it, but I've got all sorts of ones and. The problem is in my childish brain, and I'm often like an older person on all these shows. I think I'm older than both of you guys. But in my sophomoric humor, Terry, who's younger than me, he doesn't even get it. Like he's not even on my level. He's so far above me. So when I say tig old bitties, he's like, "What is that? Is that a word?" Anyway. Well, let's do this. Let's step away from sports. What is Marley going to do on his off day on a Saturday? Because I know you work a job, you cap, you coach football. Tomorrow's an off day, dude. You guys going to like putt or something? You're muted.
No, I'm going to go to work. And then.
Oh, you're working tomorrow?
Yeah. I'm just for a couple hours though.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do nothing. I'm gonna sit on my ass and watch college football and bet all day. That's my plan. I'm gonna try to win $1,000 tomorrow.
I could feel that. I'm gonna do that too, but I gotta catch up, dude. This past 2 weeks have been fucking brutal.
Yeah, I'm gonna barbecue and I'm gonna watch football. I'm gonna do some burgers.
Oh, man, I want to barbecue so bad. My grill's all screwed up.
I'm from Texas. That's what I do.
Oh yeah. Well. Look at me. Do I look like a guy that can't grill? I mean, if you look at me, there's things you think of. I can chop wood. I probably can, a beer drinker.
They're going to kick a fucking field goal and win and lose.
And grilling, definitely.
Fucking bullshit.
If you got a beard and you can't grill, you should move to France or something. or Canada.
When is LJ coming on and going to do NFL? Before I get out of here.
Oh, you want to do NFL? So I'm waiting for.
I'm waiting on LJ.
Yeah. Well, if you want to, it's you got things to do. So if you want to go ahead, we can. You know what? Let's jump into NFL. Let's do it.
No, I can come back. I'm actually off tonight, so I got it on my YouTube. I'm watching on my YouTube. So
yeah. Well, then we'll just chill because we did NFL. It was a small show because we only had LJ, me, and Nick, but that was PSR's poker tournament. So. I wanted to play because I play poker. I played poker all my life. In fact, for a small time, that was my income. But it was a little teeny tiny tournament, on Bet Online. But everyone was playing, so everyone I sent the fucking link to was like, "Oh, I can't." And now I know why. But we did NFL.
Yeah, when I remembered that tournament was going on, I tried to register and I was too late. So
yeah, I don't know what the cutoff was. Yeah, we were talking about it. I've played poker on Bet Online for a long time. In fact, that's my favorite offshore book. Shout out Bet Online, pay me. I've been on Bet Online since Bet Online wasn't a thing, for probably 10 years at least.
I'm going to dip out and come back. My kid just asked me something. I don't know.
I feel you.
Close to that time. So I'm going to keep my eye on. I'm going to come back when you guys.
Yeah, come on. We'll talk about NFL.
I'll dip.
I'm not going to wait too long until we jump into it because we've only been going an hour and a half. But you guys are later than I am. But yeah, we'll see you, buddy. Come back on.
All right, bro. I'll be back. All right, nerds. I'll let you.
So what did we get for? What are we on for? He's going to come back and give us plays. I like Indiana.
Yeah, we
really like that play. I really like these 3 plays. You guys put us on some smackers. Iowa State, laying points on the road. Love that. And then that Michigan-Iowa game. That worries me a little bit because it's in the big house, but –
No, it's not. It's in Iowa.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I have Iowa on the bottom, so I did cap it right. Yeah,
because Michigan started with 4 home games against
you're right.
Colorado State, Hawaii, and Maryland.
I have Michigan as under a 6-point favorite. I get 10.5 points. That's too much value, man. Too much.
Really, top of the 9th, bases loaded, 2 outs, and you're pinch hitting Tyler Naquin.
Kenley Jensen's making this a little bit interesting right now. So you're pinch hitting Tyler Strikeout Naquin.
Well, is that game? I haven't been watching that at all. Is that game
5-2? The lead run the lead run is up. Tying runs at first base. It's bases loaded, 2 outs.
Yeah. Well, good luck. That game's over. But I'm rooting for you.
And I don't have my hopes up, but I mean.
Anything can happen.
Kenley Jansen gives us a little hope because this guy's – I've seen him walk home game-winning runs and stuff like that. So a GS would be great here.
What can we find to dump a unit on live here? Because I need some more action in my life. Let's see.
I'm just going to ride out my players right now because I don't need to throw more money around when I'm already having a bad night.
Oh, that's fine. I'm UCLA will make Jesus Christ. UCLA will make or break my day.
Yeah, I reverse swept in baseball, and I was hoping to at least get the Pirates' first 5 to push.
Should we get really irresponsible?
Houston's heading to overtime.
The Astros?
Houston Cougars.
The Cougars. Okay. They're talking about.
What did you get for the total in that game? It was 21-21. You might have a chance to get that over.
No. I got it when it was high at 55.
Well, touchdown, and there you go. There's your over.
Yeah. Should I put this game on? Okay, well, let's watch this one live. Coming to you live from a city in a town in the desert. Let's just say that. I don't want people showing up at my house. I don't live in a very large place. You could probably find me. But I own weapons, by the way. My state, there's no such thing as concealed carry, by the way. Very.
When you're listing a bunch of things off, you're like, yeah, I look like somebody who can shoot or they can drink a beer.
I was
going to say shoot a gun looks like you can put that on the list for you as well.
Have you seen all the dead animals that are in my house and the other views? I mean,
yeah.
Come at me, motherfucker. I'm just kidding. I'm the nicest, biggest teddy bear you ever meet. All right, so let's put this game on. YouTube TV. Another shout out. YouTube, pay me.
You might suck out on this over, Dave, you little fucker.
Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it right now. By the way, you're looking clean, man.
I had to go into surgery clean, just in case I met the Lord.
You had foot surgery, dude.
I've never had it. I don't know. That could have
been
out. I never returned.
Only 7 points in the third quarter in that Middle Tennessee game.
Did they put you down, like all the way?
Yeah, it was something. I didn't have a breathing tube, but they just kind of knock you out, so you're taking a nap or whatever.
But it wasn't one of those like where you're in a haze, like kind of awake. Because I know like a lot of butt surgeries, they don't put you out all the way. It's kind of like
sounds like a pain in the ass.
I fell asleep and then I woke up and it was done.
Can you go into those like really like super wasted? That's surgery scares me too.
They told me, they said no, don't drink like I didn't drink the night before.
Probably killed you.
And then, no, yeah, I took a couple days off. I was like, man, I need a cold
Can
beer.
you take like a Vicodin or something?
Yeah, I'm taking whatever it's called.
All right, let's get to the chat because Stop Geo's here. Yeah, buddy, he's here every show. Just got here, Dave. What's up, man? Shout out to Earl, which by the way, that's her last name, in case you know, for always fielding my dumb questions. Yes.
Earl.
Looking for the backdoor cover and overtime. I'm looking for a backdoor, sort of not cover, but an over. They scored 21 in the fourth quarter. Come on, yeah, I've got one fan. Houston going overtime. Wow, man, that first 5 Pirates just killed me. Yes.
I had the Reds, Tigers, and Pirates first 5. So I just only bet the cream of the crop baseball teams today. So I deserve to know in 3 day betting those 3
head
teams.
to head.
They gave you some Vikes, so I guess you can't drink unless you really want to get fucked up. But
yeah, they're light.
Yeah.
They're only 5 milligrams.
Oh yeah, they're the ones that have it's all aspirin and no good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. By the way, this is a drug-friendly show. We've talked about it many times. Libertarian, do whatever you want. Thinning the herd if you're an idiot, you deserve to die anyways, probably, but don't drink and drive though. That's for sure.
No.
I didn't tell you guys this. In April, I'm sitting watching the NBA. It was April, yeah, watching an NBA game, and I hear. And by the way, I live in a place too that they have thunderstorms that are very like violent. All of a sudden, like they rip out trees out of the ground and shit. And I thought there was like an earthquake, and I'm not in a state that has an earthquake, but where I come from, California, they have earthquakes. The whole house shook. I said, "Is that lightning?" I'm like, "No, someone's trying to break in the garage." So I grab a firearm and I go outside, and a drunk driver ran into my garage. I have pictures off of the street. Ran into my garage, hit my tree, which, by the way, the tree is so far away. They had to been going 80 miles an hour. And the only thing that got damaged was the garage door and my back of my car. The Jeep, I have a Jeep here that didn't get damaged. But the crazy thing is there was a girl, 17-year-old girl, 6-year-old boy, and another 18-year-old guy. But the guy who ran into my garage ran off. He had a record. He was underage, 17. They would try to try him as an adult. So don't drink and drive. That's a crazy ass story. You run into my fucking house, and then I'll be pissed.
I'll try not to run into your house.
Can you believe? And by the way, in the garage when we were cleaning up, on the other side of the garage, I found this bag full of booze bottles. I mean, they were just driving around drinking. There was rum and some cheap vodka, completely empty. These high schoolers were just driving around, literally driving around, speeding, drinking in the car.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No good.
Yeah, don't drink and drive. If you're gonna drink alone.
Wait, people drink with other people? People don't just drink.
George Thorogood, that's a song.
Yeah, because they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone.
Yep. Earl, you see the chat at Earl.
Yeah, I can see the chat. I don't have any control over the chat, which is weird because Dave runs these, and I have no.
No, we're losing interest fast, but that's fine because the people have dropped. But we're doing NFL soon. If anyone cares, I'm just waiting, and I'll do it if they don't show up. But we've kind of gone over college. I think there's some consensus picks, if you can call it that. We all kind of like Indiana. We all like Iowa State. Michigan, Iowa, we're torn on, but not me.
No, I'm not torn on that one. I like Iowa outright.
I'm kind of with you guys on that one. Home dog.
I'm big time on Iowa.
You guys have any others that you really like in college?
So the one that I really like is Charlotte. Did you hear about Did you hear about that trend since 1914 or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm betting. I rarely. So the other night in baseball, I bet a trend that was over 90% for the season. Michael Wacha in the first 5, and it hit not because of Michael Wacha, but because the Red Sox went off on offense. But there's some trends that just have voodoo magic, and one that's over 100 years old. I'm on it. I'm not going to even cap the game. I'm on it.
I guess we kind of don't know like who they've played, but I guess it doesn't matter yet.
Well, I mean, Charlotte's not a great team. I mean, they were a cover team last year, I think, if I can remember correctly. But why am I watching? Yeah, Houston's kicking a fucking field goal, so my over's done.
Mets total under again when DeGrom pitched. Why they're like that was like with Kershaw a few years back. The Dodgers would never give him run support. Unbelievable.
Well, that's the Dodgers story. They have a ton. I remember this pitcher called Ismael Valdez, the Rocket from the 90s. I don't know if you remember that guy. He always had an ERA under 4 or under 3.5. He was really good. They gave him an average of less than 3 runs of support when he pitched. He just never won. What happens? Well, Houston. I think I'm going to fade Houston now. Houston's been pissing me off. They were a team that was supposed to be a lot better this year. And
don't like Holkerson. Don't like Clayton Tune. Fade them.
Yeah, I think they're fade city. Yeah, sorry, all my Houston fans out there, if you're out there. But Tulane's mascot is stupid. Green Wave.
I think that's pretty cool.
Whoa, a double reverse flea flicker. And that was pass interference. There's the game. Game over. And you're the captain. Fired. You're fired. You're fired. You are fired. This many times.
Billions and 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 billions.
That's how many times.
Yeah.
I want to get one that says it's going to be huge. Because as you know, people from New York can't pronounce Y's when it's in the front of a word. It's huge and not huge. What are you sweating right now?
Me?
Yeah.
Trying to get up the CFL game, but ESPN Plus is being stupid.
For all 7 people that are watching or whatever it is, we're gonna have 0 if we start.
I'm on the Rough Riders plus the points, and now they're down 11 because
that's a badass name. I will say this: I like CFL teams' names; they're cool.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to win this
Game
one.
over.
Nothing wants to go my way.
Tulane wins.
Nice. We had Tulane up on the site.
I know you did. A lot of
people. I didn't have it.
They don't kick the extra point, do they?
They don't need to.
They don't need to.
Good, because that line moved. My fade guy, when he came in, he got over 53.5, and then it moved down to 52. So it's going to land, 51?
Yeah. Yep. Right under what I needed. But you know what? That's fine.
Tulane is a good team this year. I have a feeling they can compete for the AAC this year.
They've shut their defense is smoking.
Funny story about Dave. You mentioned their mascot. We, typically Tulane's not that good, so they're like getting 30 points at OU or somewhere. Yeah. And we joke and call them the Green Diarrhea Wave because they're so poopy.
You know what it looks like? It looks like one of those 1960s cartoons, like of a blanket or something.
Yeah,
it looks stupid. I've been to Tulane. I've been to their campus. New Orleans is a cool place, but the guy was wide open. Houston, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You're supposed to be a defensive team. Anyway, well, where the hell are you? That's 2 shows in a row. You're fired.
His power is out.
I know. Come on, get a generator. Rub 2 sticks together. Do something. Last time, the excuse was, hey, I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm chilling playing Call of Duty. No, Tim did have Tulane. He put it in the chat somewhere. I'm sitting in the pitch dark. Well,
that's depressing.
I'm sorry, buddy. Well, as I eat and crunch on camera, which it's my show, so we can do whatever we want. I was waiting for someone to come on for NFL, but Chris wasn't on the NFL show. So let's talk about. Well, he's gone. When he comes back, we'll talk about his circuit plays. Have you nailed your circuit plays down yet?
Yes, Tim and I have picked out our 5.
What are they?
They are. I have them written down here somewhere. See, are they in this book? Yep. Colts, Giants, Patriots, Eagles, Broncos.
I have 2 of those locked in. I want the Eagles. So I've got Cowboys, Patriots.
You guys locked in your circus stuff or not?
That's what we're talking about right now. Cowboys, Patriots, Broncos. I like the Broncos money line on a bet, by the way. Those are the 3 that I'm for sure. Oh, and Steelers. So I have 1 more to go, and it's between the Eagles and the Ravens.
Did you
Field goal for Middle Tennessee.
What is the
We're up to
circa?
51.
Circa make it 3 for the Cowboys?
I think it's 3. Look it up. What's it at Westgate?
They made it 3, which is weird because isn't it 3.5 everywhere mostly?
It is, but is that going into your cap, like where they're putting it? I mean, obviously it is to a certain extent, but
a little bit, because I'm like, if the line is what it is, like why? I get sometimes maybe if there's like weather or something like that, or like the line's trending that way, like if it's going from 7 down to 6.5 or 6, and then they end up making it like the Colts one, right? They made it 5.5 last week. I get it. It ended up closing there. But this one, it's just weird, dude. I think that Cowboys game is going to be in the consensus for sure because, God, how fucking shitty the Commanders are and how good the Cowboys have looked. And I think it might be the right side, but it just fucking scares the shit out of me.
It does too. Whenever I bet the Cowboys, it scares me. But I'll talk to both of that. One is you're talking about, and this is good if anyone's watching and wants to know, there's a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach for betting. Bottom-up approach is indexing and saying you're getting to the number from working through it. Top-down is the books have the right line, and based on certain situations, things change. Line movement, injuries, that type of thing. I'm bottom-up, so I'm I forget what game we were talking about with that one, but it wasn't the Cowboys game we were talking about, was it?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it was. I have the Cowboys as a 7-point favorite. I think Cooper Rush is doing just fine. I think the number one thing in that game to me is what does Carson Wentz do? What does he fuck up the most? It's decision making. You put Micah Parsons in his face, and bury him 6 inches deep in the turf. He's going to make bad decisions. This line and by the way, Pollard finally stepped up and had 100. He had 100 yards rushing. Ezekiel had a 78, I think, right under 80. I mean, I think this is going to be a blowout. I think it could be a blowout unless the Cowboys make bad decisions. I don't see where the Commanders can come into Dallas and compete. 3 point, give me 3 points all day. That's my best NFL play by far, and it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, yeah. I think, don't they say something about Cowboys coming home laying points after a primetime win? They're not that good, but this is obviously you can't go off. You know, this is probably different. This is obviously a different quarterback and a different defense. So it just is kind of a mind-blowing line with how I think this would be like you said, I think it would be like a 4, 5, 6, something like that.
Yeah. I'm wondering if this is more disrespect of Cooper Rush and the coach McCarthy, or if it's someone knows something.
Yeah, I have a guy who's pretty sharp, and he leans Washington, and that was kind of his handicap that he thinks Rush has been playing out of his mind. I think they come down to earth just a little bit here. So,
but here I agree with that too. But here's the deal: CeeDee Lamb had a touchdown or two last game, Cooper Rush would have had great numbers. CeeDee Lamb and his stupid shit-eating grin when he drops a pass, slap that right off his face. I hate that with the guy that's making millions of dollars. But for me, Cooper Rush should be doing even better. And that last game showed, granted it was versus the Giants, that showed me that their running game is legit. And the Commanders are just bad. I had the Commanders the first week versus the Jags, and that hit because I'm not a big Trevor Lawrence guy. But I don't see how the Cowboys can't cover 3 points. I don't know. That's my best bet.
You're fading the Jags again. Jags have been good to us. I had them back-to-back weeks, and I'm like, I don't know. You're leaning Eagles in that one, huh?
Yeah, I just think they're the truth, man. I think the Jags I think they've been playing outside their gourd. What do they have? I mean, it's scary. They took a Chargers team, even though it was hurt. The Chargers still, Eckler's still a good player. The Chargers still have a good defense. Granted, Bosa's hurt now too, so maybe there was something going on. And they shut out the Colts, but I'm not high on that to me doesn't mean shit because I'm very low on the Colts. I think Matt Ryan was not an upgrade from Wentz. He's less of an athlete. He's less of a quarterback. His brain's better because Wentz is a doo-doo head. But I'm low on the Jags and I'm high on the Eagles. It's just I capped this right at where it's at. And I have to have a compelling reason, like I always say, to take a 6.5 or 7 point favorite. But I'm leaning them. What was the other game I said? It's either them or the wait a minute. I didn't read my own writing. Ravens. One of the two. That's scary too. They're against the Bills. But while we're talking about NFL, he's going to grace us with his presence. LJ from H-Town with the crispy ass hat. What's up, dude?
What's going on, fellas?
Good to see you. Long time no see. Seems like we're hanging out every night.
Hey, right?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't have better company, so welcome.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Yeah. So we on NFL right now?
Yeah, we're going over Circa picks. We just started.
Okay.
We did NFL earlier in the week, but obviously things change and opinions change. And another Circa. Another thing I want to talk about because you're on is the Texans too. See, these things scare me. Like you have the Eagles versus the Jags. You have a really good team that's against a team that's playing above expected value. Then you have the Texans versus Chargers, which is the Chargers supposed to be a really good team this year, and they're hurt. Yeah. And then you have the Ravens versus the Bills, who are supposed to be the best team in the NFL, and the Ravens are only 3-point dogs at home, and we know they get disrespected at home. The Lions, they cover at home. So, and by the way, LJ, I gave out that Charlotte that UTEP deal. No one likes it. I already bet the game.
Yeah, I bet it too.
Hell yeah! How many? They're like, how many times did that happen? Well, it's got to be in 100 years or more than 100. It's got to be at least 20, like 20-0 or 30-0.
That's a crazy trend. Why buck that trend? I don't even do college, but
yeah,
I'll put some money on that one.
Full unit.
I like UTEP. I just think this line's off because I can get UTEP at -3 when I have them projected as over a touchdown favorite. Charlotte's not that good.
And that's the thing. It may have been good teams that UTEP faced on the East Coast. Might not be the competition of Charlotte. So it could be that, but
some trends have voodoo magic in them. That one with that Red Sox pick that we talked about, Waka didn't pitch well, but the voodoo came out because the Red Sox scored 13 runs in 5 innings. So I think that's one of those voodoo ones. I'm on that. I like that.
Okay. I thought you would like that.
I loved it. I bet it immediately.
Yeah, I took it too. I was like, hey, I might as well take this. Even if it don't hit, hey, I was confident of the trend. So it's all
touchdown,
good.
Middle Tennessee.
Yeah.
38-30, catch the over. I won something tonight. How about that?
10 minutes left. I can fucking maybe win that.
Hey, hold on 1 second. I'm cooking at the same time because I haven't ate yet. So I'll be right back.
You know the drill. We don't have rules here. We're not monetized. I am working on an 8-second Ultimate Warrior clip, so I can play that every fucking show. Oh, I wouldn't care if you guys weren't on this. I'd play it. I play the whole damn thing. Anyways, so Chris? What are you guys locked in on for? Do you have any locks yet
I think we're pretty locked on Bucks. I think we get +1.5.
I like the Buccaneers a lot.
I do too.
I think
for a circle play.
Yeah, it's weird, and hopefully, I heard John Murray say something. All Chiefs. Yet the lines come the Bucks way. You gotta like when that happens.
I'm looking at the Chiefs team total under 23.5 in that game.
Yeah, if they can, the Colts can do it. Hopefully, the Bucks can too. I think that kicker thing is kind of weird for them because if they can't really kick extra points or short field goals and they go for it, then it's gonna hold them up a little bit.
Yeah.
The under's a play every Bucks game for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Also, it's prime time.
Yep. Yeah. I already circled it as an under. I don't care what it drops to. It just is the voodoo magic.
I think I would still play that under at 39.5.
Yeah. 8-2-1. I guess now it is, right? Was 7-2-1? Yeah.
8-2-1.
And then Brady just can't. His team's hurt. But Brady,
it's gonna be like 17-13 Bucks.
You watch him throw a pass over when he has to cock back and throw like he has a free play or something. Brady was the quickest release in the NFL for years, and he's having to like put more of his Skeletor body into it. The guy needs to eat a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
I hope this is what I hope for him because he's a really good guy. He's got a really good life. I hope when he retires, he enjoys life and stops this like strict diet. Go like have a steak, drink some beer, like, and you've had the best NFL career of all time. Like, go fucking enjoy your life.
He needs to party like it's a Super Bowl championship.
Now you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna eat. Well,
we've seen him drunk before.
Well, he's gonna eat health pellets for the rest of his life, just like he does. He doesn't even eat real food. He's like Pac-Man. He just eats these pills.
Well, here's the thing. We're all gonna be dead, and he's gonna be winning his 847th Super Bowl.
I'm gonna die, and he's gonna live for another 100 years. Like that. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
He's gonna break the record for the longest living human being ever. Like that's something. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. I think I heard you. I think I differ with you on this one. I'm gonna buy low on the Niners, man. I like Shanny. I
lean Niners. I like the under.
Yeah, I wish it was 1 or a pick. It's 1.5. I hope it doesn't land 1.
I'm betting the Niners just because they smacked the Rams in the face, and I'm a Niners fan.
I think Niners money line if you're gonna.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking circuit contest.
Oh, are you?
Oh, yeah.
It's 1.5. So, I don't know. I just think the Rams have looked good the last 2 weeks, but who have they played? I'm not really impressed with.
We're underway in UCLA.
Is Kelly your proxy?
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's Brett, her boyfriend. Like he's the one that does it.
Dude, are you gonna go to? You know what we should do? I live so close to Vegas. I used to go all the time, but I live closer to Vegas than I've ever lived, less than 2 hours. We should have a meetup for March Madness or something.
Oh, dude. I'll be back in Vegas next August to sign up.
You're going, and you said if you did one in Circa. Put some of your winnings together. Come out for March Madness. Craig, doesn't Craig live there?
No.
I thought he lived there. Oh, anyway.
Yeah, dude, we're there. We try to go for that first weekend where there's games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we're there in August for the signups. So we're there. Like, if you guys want to do meetups, like twice, we should do it like twice a year.
Yeah, I do. Well, either way, I'm gonna do. I'm on my little. I'll probably do it on Twitter because on YouTube I'm a nothing burger. I'm still a nothing burger on Twitter, but a lot bigger on Twitter. I think I'll do a meetup in Vegas, and I can get a lot of the PSR guys too. Dutch lives there. Ski lives there, even though I'm not really in with him. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. We should do it. Vegas is a cool place. Yeah, he doesn't seem motivated. I agree. Why would you be? Well, he should have retired after he won the Super Bowl. I mean, what else do you have to prove? I mean, Brady, I'm going to sound like there's some man love going on here, but Brady is probably the one, if I could switch places in life with anyone, it would be him. Here's why. Dude is the best football player ever to play. Good looking dude. He's healthy in his mid 40s.
And he's a trophy husband.
He is a trophy husband, but he also has a trophy wife who, by the way, Tom Brady, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what he's worth. I think $200 or $300 million.
His wife's worth
$500 million. She's the richest model.
Dave, is it really called a trophy wife if you're just as badass as she is? Isn't a trophy wife like?
It's a trophy couple. Like they're the fucking. He's like the perfect human being. I said it. Okay, it's crazy. Yes, I love Tom Brady. Clip it.
Yeah, we won't see. I don't think we'll ever see anyone even get close to 7 rings again.
No, I mean, it's like,
dude. No, because quarterbacks want to sign $500 million contracts like Mahomes.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Here's the thing about talk about marriage. When you have married for a long time, you're going to have problems. Doesn't matter how perfect you are. Here's the deal. Even if they get divorced or whatever, which I'm no family counselor, it's still going to be like an amicable type situation. He's also, by the way, a really good guy. Like he's a likable, nice guy. He's not an asshole. Like, man, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He's won me the most money of any player in any sport ever. And most of it was on that Atlanta comeback. The great Kim Kardashian. Are you in on that joke too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just hate when you bring it up because I had the under.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Fuck, that goes over unless they get all those 2-point conversions and all that shit.
That's what surprised me about last week's game. I thought I had the Bucks. I thought it was live. He went down. I'm all like, he ran. All they have to do is get to overtime. Well, he made a bad. This is a Brady mental mistake. When he was calling the play at the line, it wasn't a set play. So he had shifts to run and all this, and then the signal for the play was how they hit the helmet at the end, and he did it with 2 seconds. He should have done it with 3, and he got it off a second late. And that's not a Tom Brady type deal. Like it, that just showed me, hey, wait a minute, this might be a decline a little bit.
I have to charge my phone real quick, but before I go, how do you guys feel about the Seahawks? You guys leaning Seahawks with me?
I am okay. So I'm leaning Detroit team total over, but I'm leaning. If I side, I would lean Seahawks. I think it's a high scoring game, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make the Lions a contest pick, but I like the Lions team total over.
That's my second best bet of the weekend.
I've had a full game over too because I think that Geno can put up some points.
Swift and without St. Brown.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be fine.
I think well, the reason why is Seattle. I mean, Seattle's
defense sucks anyway.
Yeah. I mean, they could run the ball every play. They could run the ball every play and score 35 points.
And Jamal Williams is still a very valid backup.
Yeah. I don't. I have the Lions as a 2.72 point favorite, and it's at 4.5. That leans Seahawks for sure on the side. Do you want to? Are you going to go? Do you want to give your picks out, or are you going to come back?
I'll come back. I'm just going to charge for a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, Detroit. This is the thing about Detroit. They are the team on the up and up. I'm not a futures guy. There were 3 teams I talked about really preseason. The 2 teams I'm super high on are the Eagles and the Ravens. They're kind of proving me right. Both of them.
I had the Ravens written down as a Super Bowl pick.
Yep, I have both of them as. By the way, we talked about this on Wednesday. I need to get in futures bets for them before they win these games. Probably. Problem is, I don't want to fork out 5. I want to put 5 units on. I want to make it worth my while.
Yeah. See, I think the worth your while is putting a unit on the big price tag. I don't think you need to put 5 units down on it.
Both of them. Well, the Eagles are 9-1, but the Ravens are like 25-1, I think.
Yeah, that's one unit to win 25 is enough. Definitely enough for me to care.
Oh, I want to celebrate. I want to be like.
25 units isn't enough to celebrate.
Well, here's the deal. That would be a 5-figure hit for me with and I don't have a huge unit size, but it's enough to be a 5-unit hit, a 5-figure hit. That would be if you're winning a bet where you have to fill out a tax form. That's what I want. I'm gonna do it though. I'm sitting on the show right now. Let's look at the futures right now. We did it last game. NFL future Super Bowl. LJ, we're talking about the Eagles and the Ravens. How you were high on them too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also high on the Lions for not winning the Super Bowl, but just being a good team. But let's look at the odds on Vegas Insider. Another plug for a site that's a competitor. 9-1 Eagles, which is actually the second best odds. The Ravens are 14-1. So it wouldn't be a 10 unit. It wouldn't be a 10 unit. The Niners were the other one at 25-1. That just seems like value to me. Jimmy Garoppolo's brought them to the NFC Championship twice.
You gotta look at their schedule.
You do. I need to break it down. But I need to bet it before this week because I think all of those teams win the game convincingly.
This week?
Yep. I think the Ravens are on a circa pick, and neither are the Eagles. They're borderline. Those are my other two picks I'm looking at. But the Niners, and I'm betting them. They're not going to be a circa pick. I'm betting the money line. But I just think they should have won that game handily. It's just Jimmy G had a bad sack and he stepped on the back line for a safety. But they had we were on the show watching the game.
Yep.
Touchdown Huskies.
Doesn't scare me.
Oh wow, that was a deep ball.
But can we find something live to bet for the love of Christ? Let's do that. It's late enough. And then we'll jump right back in. What's for dinner, LJ? You want to say or not? Hamburger?
I made a rice bowl.
Oh, that looks good.
Corn, beans, avocado, chicken, and rice.
Wow, that's like El Pollo Loco.
Yeah.
Do they have those in Houston?
Yeah, they do.
Here's the deal. So I'm from Southern California. That's where they're from. Their headquarters is in Orange County. I love El Pollo Loco, and I love Mexican grilled chicken places. They have like the authentic. It's not even like little hole in the wall places all over the place because there's a lot of Hispanic culture in Southern California. Where I live, we have multiple McDonald's, multiple Carl's Jr.'s, which is Hardee's. We have a Popeyes that just jumped off and a Church's Chicken, which is jumping off. And we have 0 El Pollo Locos, the healthy fucking place.
Yeah.
It shows you all the old.
Yeah.
Old
My book Bet Online. I was looking at the live odds for this the UCLA game to see what the live total was after that touchdown, and I almost locked in an under 67.5 play and then they froze it before I was able to do anything here.
Yeah,
because the under 67.5 was plus 833.
I want to do a live. I'm thinking about a live. They have the ball. 7 minutes left. I might win this Middle Tennessee bet. Ooh, boy. I want to live bet a baseball game. I've been having real good luck on that.
I want nothing to do with baseball.
I know it's a sore subject.
Ooh, Alcantara with the whole game.
What's that?
I bet Alcantara's fantasy and I bet DeGrom's 9 strikeouts and they both hit. I parlayed it for $100. Just won 300.
Man, you smashed the fucking props, man. I mean, you and Dutch are just Dutch and Big Show.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the baseball before it ends, man. And he's like I said, because these Astros is tripping. They're in a slump, bro. Fucking getting their ass whooped.
Yeah, today, but it don't matter. I mean, they'll be fine.
I mean, they clinched because the Yankees lost, so they clinched the number 1 seed. So it really doesn't matter.
Go. Here's an interesting bet, and this is just without looking at anything. End of the first, Diamondbacks are down 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
What are the live odds on that? It must be astronomical. That might be. It's not a good bet, probably, but it's only the first inning. Right now, Diamondbacks plus 3.5 is minus 130. The Diamondbacks to win is 450 plus 450. You know what I'm going to do right now? I'm putting a unit on Diamondbacks plus 3.5.
Okay, I'm riding with you because
it's only first inning. I mean,
yeah.
Well, before you do that, let's look at a couple.
Okay.
I was gonna say have fun with that. I was leaning Giants in that game. I just didn't pull the trigger.
Well, Merrill Kelly's pitching. He's I'm on it. I'm on it. 1 unit for me. And I know it's minus 130, but that just seems like they're not going to score another run the whole game.
Or the Giants going to score something?
Oh, they locked me out, you mother effers.
Almost. UCLA almost just broke open for a kickoff return.
I got to refresh.
Which would have been great for my over.
Oh, I'm already on the Diamondbacks first 5.
Well, there you go.
Plus 110. I'm on the Mariners run line. I'm on the Cardinals run line. And that's it for baseball.
Not letting me. It's locking me out. It's doing the little. I'm gonna get on it somehow.
Damn, Cardinals are 2-1. I need them to score another run.
When I get this,
Cardinals, I had the Pirates first 5. And they scored 2.
Bujo's fucked you, huh? Bujo's fucked you.
Did he hit a home run?
Yeah. I just wanted to push. All I wanted was the push, and it was 2 outs and a guy on first, and Goldschmidt and Arenado both single and drive it.
Bujo's might be one of my favorite baseball players ever. Just like such like a great player and such a great guy with no controversy around him in an era where there was tons. You know, I did.
Because he never tested positive for steroids.
Do you think he did them? I don't think he did them. Maybe he did.
Which I saw a stat once he hit that 700 home run. He had 200 career home runs against lefties and 500 against righties.
Which should be the other way around because he's right-handed, right?
Mm-hmm. No, but it was exactly 200 and 500.
Oh, gotcha. Can I place my goddamn bet? What's going on with this? No, I'm locked out completely. Is it the? Yeah. Anyways, I'll get on that bet. We'll get on that bet. Rise Above isn't Rise Above, but he's from Houston. We found that out, right?
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier. He said he wants to meet up on Sunday.
Yeah.
At the sports bar. Yeah.
That's cool.
I told him we can do that because I'm only
the magic of social media, the magic of gambling, YouTube, and Twitter.
For real.
Oh, I'm gonna get this bet in. I'm gonna get it in. Spinny wheel, spinny wheel, spinny wheel. We got it. All right, sweating the Diamondbacks. I had the over, and that Pirates killed my ticket. Well, King Griffey Jr. Yeah, he was a dude. Dutch is in love with that guy. He was. I think he has one of the sweetest swings. Him and Barry Bonds, those left-handed swings are just sweet.
I remember Ryan Howard was one of the biggest, like the one of the prettiest swings I've seen from the left-hand side.
He's like a one-hit wonder, though. He was good for like 3 years, and then he.
Oh yeah, he won the MVP over Carlos Delgado 1 year. I remember that.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of. I mean, he was fine. He did all those stupid Subway commercials too. All right, so we went over NFL. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about question marks for me. Bills Ravens. That's a big game. That's a real big game. I have the Bills as 2.5-point favorites. I think it's at 3 right now. I just think the Ravens at home get disrespected. I think if there's any spot that a team is going to beat the Bills, it's the Ravens at home. I just it's more of a gut thing, which is not a capping thing. I think people are disrespecting Lamar. I think he's legit. I know there are some injury questions still with the Ravens, but that game at Miami was made me think maybe the Bills coaching isn't on their game, because that was a coaching error at the end of the game for sure.
Mm-hmm. My question about that game: can the Ravens stop the Bills on third down? Because the Bills have the most first downs in the league. So, and the Ravens are bottom in fourth and third down. So, can their defense get Buffalo off the field on third down? That's going to be the key. That's going to be the key right there.
So let's dive in and look at who the. Do you have those stats of it? Well, probably not.
I got them. I got them
okay.
up.
So if I look at the teams that the Ravens have played, could you tell me how their third down conversions? Like, for instance, if I said the Patriots or the Dolphins, which by the way have beat both of these teams, Could you tell me what's the Dolphins' third down percentage
on offense? I got it right here.
Yeah, that's kind of what that'd be a good comparison.
Okay. Third down conversions for the Dolphins is not the Dolphins, the Bills.
Patriots, Dolphins, any of the teams the Ravens have played.
Okay. So Miami is 17th. They only averaging 4.5 third downs per game.
Okay, slightly below average. Okay.
Who else?
The Patriots.
The Patriots they average 5, so they're 12th, so middle of the pack.
Okay, so they're a little above average. The Jets.
And the Jets they're 6. They're averaging 6 first downs per game.
So the teams that actually have better third down conversion rates, they beat. The Dolphins were the worst of the 3 teams, and the Dolphins beat them. So that might be a sort of not non-factor, but that's a lean towards the Ravens, I think.
Yeah. Because we've already said the Ravens depend on big plays because they're 4-11 on third down. So they're looking to go big on first and second down.
People said Lamar Jackson can't do that. Well, he's fucking been doing it this year. I mean, the dude is in the MVP conversation for me already. I mean, people disrespect.
There may be weather in this game, by the way.
Is there?
Potentially.
Well, because of the
winds and rain.
Yeah. So maybe an under.
That's an overkiller.
We saw the Bills in that one game with the Patriots, but that was 40-mile-an-hour winds. So
UCLA just drove all the way down the field and turned it over at the 3.
Well, that's what's funny is there are these shirts, the UCLA logo at SC they used to sell. I don't know if they do anymore. It was UCLA with their actual script and F in front of it. So it was Fuckla. Was all the shirts that everyone used to wear at SC. So Fuckla. That's what I got to say. I bet UCLA. Even more reasons to like Baltimore. That's what we're talking. That's what we're saying. I mean, I'm between the Eagles versus the Jags, which I'm high on the Eagles, low on the Jags, and the Ravens. It seems to me that the sharper play should be the Ravens. It's a lower line.
I'm actually really tempted on the Ravens here.
Yeah, I think
too,
dude.
I don't have any point spread bets this week, and the Ravens money line may be it.
So I've got the Pats with 9.5. I've got the Broncos with 2.5 plus 2.5. I've got the Steelers -3. Is it 3 or 3.5? Doesn't matter. I have them as 8-point favorites, and then I have the Cowboys, which is my best bet. I think the Ravens are probably the play, man. The Ravens are probably the play.
I'm with you.
I have a acronym for UCLA, which I'm not saying on the show, which is kind of a little bit prejudiced, but it's a funny one. So we're not gonna
put it in the private chat. I'm kind of curious what it is.
I don't even like it because I'm not that type of guy. But it's just funny because it doesn't matter, and now it doesn't matter because the school dynamic has changed. Like my school was the University of Spoiled Children. That's what.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. It used to be, but then everyone got real smart when they were going there.
Were they good when you went there?
I went there during the glory years. I went
Matt
there.
Leiter?
Carson Palmer was my freshman year when he won the Heisman, and we were 3rd in the country.
Okay.
Then Matt Leinart, who I played against Jordan Palmer's son in high school, and I tackled Matt Leinart in high school. Yeah. But I just the schools that I could get into for football or even think about, because I quit my junior year, the schools that weren't the schools that I could go to because I happened to get decent grades. So Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lendo White, who was my neighbor, all those guys. And then it went into John David Booty, if you remember him. He was the guy at the end of my career. And then Mark Sanchez was after I left. So I went during
Mark Sanchez, the GOAT.
Yeah, I went during we won 2 national championships and got a third place. I mean, that was the high time.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a very.
And they may be doing that again this year.
If you go to college, you hope and pray that your karma is good enough. If you're a football fan, to experience what I experienced. I mean, granted, anyone that went to Alabama the past 10 years experienced it. But if you go,
I know that's something I'll never experience.
You want that dynasty? I went to it. I mean, it was electric. I'll never feel the same. I mean, I was the dude in the Lamppost Pizza when we lost versus Texas. that almost got arrested for throwing a beer at a almost hit a girl in the head with a beer glass. And I didn't throw it at her. I was just angry that Vince Young fucking won the game. And I had a chance to go to that Rose Bowl, and I was too hungover to get up and go. And thank God I didn't, because that would have been like the worst time of my life.
You know what's crazy about that game? The year before, Vince Young had a better game against Michigan in the Rose Bowl. He had 4 rushing touchdowns in that game.
Yeah.
And then he comes back the next year and wins the national championship.
Yeah. Well, the year before that, we weren't in the Rose Bowl because we were in the national championship smoking the shit out of Oklahoma. And the funny thing about that was Stoops. What's his first name? The fucking guy. Bob Stoops. He would always run the points up. So we got there, and Pete Carroll wasn't this guy. He's respectful. He ran the score up. I think it was 55-10 or something. He said, F you, we're going to show you how good we are. And that's what happened. But Texas – and there, I can keep going on and on, but anyways, doesn't matter. It was a great time.
I know even if my school goes undefeated, there's a good chance they won't even make the finals or the Final Four. So I know that'll never happen in my.
Well, now they have a what 12-game playoff, or what is it?
Safety for UCLA.
Well, there we go. We get some points on the board.
I was talking to my friend. I think one of the reasons why I'm not intrigued about college football and capping is because I never went to college.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying? So I think that has a lot to do, because I never experienced the college experience. I never lived on campus, you know, so I can't connect to it the way that y'all can, because y'all went to college. You see what I'm saying? So y'all lived it. I went straight to work after high school.
Yeah.
Well, I went to the service. I went to the Air Force before.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah, and then I got out and I just went to work. You know what I'm saying? I never went to college, so.
Yeah, and that's true. Like, so you look at like Cab, who loves football. His dad played at A&M, and he went to Texas Tech. So there is something about. I will say this: if you're a college football fan, there's 2 ways you're a college football fan. Because I have a lot of guys, I have a lot of friends. So 2 types of friends. One was friends that didn't go to college that are bigger NFL fans because they didn't go. The other one is they went to colleges that didn't have football teams. Like my buddy, big NFL guy, he went to Long Beach State, which used to have a football team, doesn't anymore. But if you either went to school, or if your dad went to a school or loved a school, like the Rudy movie where the guy loved Notre Dame, you either are grown up in it, or you go to it and get inbred in you. And I'll say my favorite sport to watch, my favorite game to watch, is a USC football game. That's not my favorite game to cap because they haven't covered. So that's the break even when people can separate themselves as handicappers from their teams, and there's so many that can't do it. They say, "Oh, I just don't bet the game." Well, if you can bet against your team, that means that you're a real handicapper, in my opinion. That's just how I feel.
Which I've done that with all my teams.
Yep, you have to, because money's.
I almost bet the Braves tonight, honestly.
Do you want to be a poor fan or a rich whatever, like rich fan, I guess, or a rich, you know. Money's more important than that to me.
Yeah, I really don't engage in people that are homers that just be like, hey, the Texans are going to win against the Chargers. I mean, you know, like a good team, not against the Chargers, but
like Cowboys
like
fans.
Team. Yeah, you know, I'm like, bro, calm down. Have you seen the numbers? Do you?
Yeah.
Like, especially when you know more about somebody else's team than they do. That's a key right there.
Yeah.
Like
UTSA just
when they're talking about, and this is, and I don't want to get too, we'll avoid that bullet, but when you're talking to someone like, oh, they're going to win, you say, okay, well, why?
Yeah.
And you're like,
give me your reasons.
But here's the deal. And then you start talking your capper talk, and it's way over their head, like trends and shit. You're like, this isn't a conversation we should be having, because I'm on a different level than you are. And it's not that I'm better than you, but we do this. They don't do this.
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Me and my wife was at a party maybe like 3 years ago, and I'm debating with this guy about NBA, who's the top 5 greatest players of all time, in my opinion. And I said Magic Johnson was the best point guard, in my opinion, of all time.
He is.
This guy told me that he'd rather take John Stockton over Magic Johnson. And I grabbed my wife, and I was like, babe, we got to go. Let's go.
Yeah,
like, I'm done. I'm done, because there's no reason for me to engage in a conversation with you when you say outlandish stuff like that. Like,
you want to know where I've had this conversation with people too, because John Stockton was the prototypical point guard that dished the ball. He had the most assists. He was the most atypical. But here's another best point guard of all time, LeBron James.
There you go.
Yeah, because he's a point forward. Point forwards weren't a thing back then. Now they're a thing. Yeah,
bro. I've had so many arguments about LeBron.
Yeah,
He's my greatest athlete in this generation.
Yeah, well, he is. He's still not better than Michael Jordan, but
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
In this generation, though, in my generation,
he's the second best basketball player of all time, and he will always be the second best. He'll never be the best. No one over. I mean, to beat Michael Jordan would be huge. Hand checking is the only reason why, because people like Nick, you didn't experience hand checking. Michael Jordan was raped every game, and he still did what he did. Like, you could push him around, punch him in the face. Like, you saw the Celtics or the Pistons back in the 80s clotheslining people.
Yeah,
like they can't do that anymore.
And that's why I tell people it's hard to cross-reference generations.
It's hard
because it's different rules. It's different times. Why don't we just stick to the generation? The 70s, Kareem was the best player. In the 80s, Magic and Bird. 90s, Jordan and Akeem. 2000s, Duncan, Kobe. Like, you can go on and on. Just stick to the generation.
This generation is Bron and
Curry, Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah,
there you go.
I will say one thing: in their primes, if I had to start a team, I would take Kobe over LeBron.
I would too. I have a little bit of a homer feel on that, but here's why. There's one thing that Kobe had:
Mamba mentality.
That's exactly right. And by the way, for so many years, Kobe was a better defensive player than LeBron. LeBron had to come into being a defensive player. Kobe was naturally a good defensive player. But
because he had
Kobe was a guy that said right when he came to the league, and he faced him, he said, "I'm going to be better than Michael Jordan." And here's the deal: Michael Jordan is not he's kind of a butt. He's kind of an asshole. He's kind of not a nice guy.
Well, if you're competitive like that, you're
the guy that he respects the most. The guy that he respects the most, and you saw that at his eulogy or whatever, he respects Kobe like a little brother, and that's because he said, "I'm gonna fucking get you." That's why I like Kobe better than LeBron. But I'm gonna say that LeBron, as a basketball player, is the second best basketball player.
So let me ask you this, Nick: Magic, Jordan, LeBron, Tim Duncan, and Akeem Olajuwon. Who would you take out for Kobe?
Say it one more time.
Again?
Go one more time.
Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon. That's my greatest starting five of all time. Who would you take out for Kobe?
Are we talking about players individually or team?
I'm just going on a roster. Like, if you were
you're not talking about a team that's gelled together.
No, I'm talking about point guard, shooting guard, small forward, center.
I think the least of all of those, as far as a greater player, I would take
Kobe over LeBron.
So you would start Kobe and have LeBron on the bench.
I would have Hakeem on the bench.
If I had to choose between those
I'm sorry to say that for you. But for me,
if I had 4 players on the bench and they said I need to bench either Kobe or LeBron, I'm benching LeBron. I want Kobe on the court before I want LeBron on the court.
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't follow along with that D-backs play. It's 7-1 Giants.
Tim Duncan to me might be the best. I didn't watch Bill Russell play. I didn't watch him play.
I don't even count that.
But Tim Duncan is the best power forward I've ever watched play. That's just me. And Hakeem was more of a center. And in an age, he would have been a power forward now. And Hakeem was a great defensive guy. But if I had to put all the skills together for a team, and I don't like it because Hakeem is a top 10 player for sure. If I have to, I'm taking him out. That's
who would you start at your center?
I wouldn't have I'd have a short. I'd have a smaller team.
Okay.
Small ball lineup.
Yeah, that's just what I would do.
Okay. I can't disagree.
And I respect rise above. I respect that's a tough question.
I have to put a key, man. He played both sides of the ball.
He
offensive,
did.
defensive. That's what I love.
He's one of the best defensive big men ever.
Yeah,
I just think
agree.
Tim Duncan, and you know what? It's kind of skewed because Tim Duncan won all those championships. I think he had good players around him. But Hakeem, those Rockets team had some pretty good players.
Hakeem Olajuwon is the only player that have won a championship that did not have an All-Star on his team.
I didn't know that. Besides him, right?
Besides him,
yeah,
the only player ever to do it.
Remember, who's the guy that's on the NBA for TNT? The point guard.
Kenny Smith.
It was. I remember Kenny Smith and Sam Cassell. I remember those teams.
Yeah,
that was the glory days of basketball, the mid '90s, man.
Did you remember the finals when they cut into the OJ chase?
Yes,
and the Rockets were playing.
Yeah,
against the Knicks. Yeah,
that's the man.
Like, who does that? Who cuts out the NBA finals for a news feed? Like, OJ was that important for you to cut off the finals, bro.
Akeem was special. That's a tough team. I have to say that I will take on your Magic take. He is the best point guard ever. You take a guy that's 6'9" that can pass the ball like that. I mean, give me a break.
Moses Malone's is underrated too. Just throw that out.
He is too, but he's not anywhere near any of those other guys.
No, I didn't say that, but I'm just saying he's underrated of the skills that he had. He had 3 MVPs, so that says a lot. But we can get off basketball. That's for another day.
I love talking sports, period. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
So are we – is anyone betting the Ravens? Is anyone on the Ravens?
I will probably on Sunday morning land on the Ravens.
Yeah, I want to be, man. I haven't –
I want to see if I can get 3 and a hook, honestly.
Well, let's get on a game that's maybe more – and we can take the Houston hat off for a second. Let's evaluate Chargers-Texans.
I'm doing +5, and I'm really, really considering money lining, bro.
I am too. I can't. First of all, 4.5 and 5 is a dog line for me, and I have the Chargers as almost a 3-point favorite. The problem is, Chargers are so problematic. When I bet them, they lose. When I bet against them, they win. And I know he's hurt, but the Chargers have. Is Bosa out? Is he?
Yes, he's out.
Okay. So Bosa's out. Herbert's hurt. Eckler isn't playing up to par. And do they have what's his face back? The wide receiver, is he back?
No, Keenan
Allen's out.
So how could this not be a Texan spot at home? I mean,
and they beat them last year with those players.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Problem is, here's my thing with the Texans, and we talked about this. They don't have. I mean, they're just bad. They don't have. There's no one there. They're covering spreads though.
They are, and I'm telling you why. Because the defense puts the offense in field position to at least get a field goal. They're not driving down the field, but the defense come up with plays to get the field goals in decent field goal position. But my thing is this. The Chargers are last in rushing at 59 yards a game. They don't have a rushing touchdown all season. They only have 11 big plays and 3 and outs. They're dead last. They stay on the field. The defense stays on the field. They can't get 3 and outs. So I really believe if the Texans can run the ball, like I said, they have to run the ball. I'm not saying rush for 150, 160 yards, but it has to be close to like 100.
Didn't he have a good week last week? Didn't he?
Yeah, Pierce ran for 80 yards. You see what I'm saying? And they had 100 on the Bears, but he ran for most of those yards. So that's the key. Keep the defense on the field because it says it right here. They are dead last in 3rd and out. So if I'm Lovey, if I'm the coach of the Texans, I'm looking at that stat and say, let's keep their defense on the field and wear them down. And if we get 3 points, we get 3 points. Hey,
touchdown UCLA.
You see what I'm saying? That's my philosophy. And the Texans play better at home. They're a much better team at home. They're only allowing 19 points a game. So
the problem is that the reason why the Texans have been covering is because the lines have been so disrespectful. But,
and the Texans are one of 3 teams this year that account for the 6 times this has happened where a team had not won the game but covered. And there are 3 teams that have done that multiple times, and no other team in the league have done it. Other than that, I believe the record's now 43-6. If you win the game straight up, you cover the spread.
Yeah.
And the only teams not to do that are the Houston Texans twice against the Colts and the Broncos, the Falcons twice against the Saints and the Rams, and the Lions twice against the Eagles and against the Vikings.
Yeah, dude, that's a good Poop. What do you like on? You have to be liking the Texans.
Yeah, I'm torn because I don't know if everyone's getting caught up with all the injuries that the Chargers are plagued with, and they saw that ugly display of a football game against the Jags last week. So I know the general public, they're going to be putting Chargers in all their maybe money line parlays and teasing them down, you know. But I just don't know. I can see. I don't know about you guys, but I could see this being a 3-point game. or I could see the Chargers, just
Robbing them.
pulling away, being a
That's
30.
exactly what I'm thinking. It's going to be the Chargers come back like, hey, we're not that bad, or it's going to be like, we're that bad. Like it can definitely. I mean, I love. This spot just screams Texans.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
You ain't got to convince me. I'm on it.
I want nothing to do with that game. I lean Chargers by where my number is, but that number doesn't account for those injuries, of course. And I don't want to take that -5, -5.5, because that's always ugly.
By the way, we're dead. That D-backs bet was a horrible bet.
Oh yeah, I didn't touch that one. I'm mad I didn't bet the Giants today.
Yeah, it's 7-1 Giants. And it just, I don't know, that Merrill Kelly, I had more respect for him than that, but
Yeah, he's been a lot better than he was last year. That's for sure.
yeah. So let me see if we can sneak on something else, because we're degenerates.
What about the Dodgers and the Rockies? What's going on with them?
That's what I'm going to look at right now. We're going to
I
look
saw
at
1-0.
Okay.
And then we'll go. I want to talk about Jags Eagles one more time, but we'll do MLB. By the way, we're on a break. I want to talk about this real quick. I like this comment. Pippen is terrible talking about Phil was a racist and he's jealous of MJ. Well, here's the deal. And what MJ's what was the documentary they did, which is an awesome documentary 2 years ago.
Last Dance.
Yep. Pippen is a bitch. And here's the deal. Great defensive player. By the way, anyone that says that Pippen made MJ is an idiot. But this guy, I mean, I know he thought he was so high, but I mean, I think MJ made him. Like, what is he? He's disrespecting the best. Is Phil Jackson, him and Popovich, the two best coaches ever to coach NBA.
Did you see what Popovich said about the Spurs this year?
No, what did he say?
Nobody go to Vegas and bet this team to win the championship.
Well, that's his reverse psychology. That's why he's such a good coach, because who would say that and not have – we know in practice, he's probably saying like, oh, he's probably not saying anything. He's like, he's using it as motivation. Like, that's why he's so good. But you disrespect the best coach ever and the best player ever. Fuck you, Scottie Pippen. Give me a break.
The Spurs may be a good coverage team as far as covering the points, but outright winning, they don't have a star on their team. Devontae's gone. I mean, Deontay's
So
gone.
do you think the Spurs could potentially be the Pistons of last year?
Those are bet on teams, though.
The Pistons were a big bet on team as a dog last year.
They're going to be a bet on team this year. Detroit. Watch.
Dodgers are 1-0 Rockies. That's like probably a total play.
I can't wait.
Athletics Mariners are one. That's what I'm looking at. Oh, here's another one too. Ooh. Okay. So White Sox are up 2-1 versus the Padres in the fifth.
Are we going to take the Padres?
Yeah, 1-1 versus Mariners. Mariners are 1-1 versus Athletics. So I'm going to look at both of those, but I'm going to look at the Padres first. Then we'll look at the Eagles.
I'm gonna tell you what game I'm torn on once we get to it. The Broncos and the Raiders, man.
We can talk about that one because I have a pick on that one.
I'm torn. I'm torn, man.
I love that Broncos game.
Padres game is locked.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers -2. Yeah, the Dodgers game's stupid. The total under it's -115 on both because it's live at 5.5. Should I go with the under?
I feel like a good live play here, and hear me out on this one. Over 12.5 Diamondbacks and Giants. And my reasoning behind this is that we're not going to see the top end of the bullpens for this game, for either side, with it being a 6-run game. So I see the Giants putting up more than 10 this game.
That's a good look.
Yeah, that's gonna be my live bet for the show. It's in the third inning, whatever.
All right, let's do it.
Over 12.5 -120 Giants and Diamondbacks.
I'm on it. Full unit.
$20 at it. Why not?
We'll see a full unit, guys.
Full unit. I'm not dicking around now.
I'm fucking around.
And I'm gonna find another full unit to bet in the White Sox.
That's my only live bet. I don't live bet much. That's my only live bet.
Well, I bet we've been smacked. We're going to be not hitting the unless
I just need 5 runs in this game, and I'm expecting bullpens, bad bullpens.
Actually, Diamondbacks at plus 3.5 aren't dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, if that hits the over the over's looking good.
Yeah, that's my point. So our bets are congruent.
Kind of, yeah. And that's a good way to hedge it, or not hedge yourself, but yeah, hedge yourself. If you're losing a bet, take the over.
So look, we didn't talk about this, I don't think. Was Miami ignorant enough to have Tua in that game last night?
Absolutely.
I was on Dutch. I was watching it with Dutch. We both were. Yeah. Here's the deal. So you've seen, I don't know if you've watched boxing or UFC. When a guy gets starched, which is usually there's 3 places you can get starched. It's where where you get hit and your nerve endings freeze your body up. It's a chin shot directly to the chin, and it's a temple shot on your temple, and it's the back of the head at the cerebral where the spinal cord connects to the brain. And he hit his back of his head. So that's why he was throwing up the West Side Gang sign. Like his body couldn't control. But that's also because the hardest one of all 3 of those places is the back of the head because it's more sturdy. He was already concussed from the other game.
Absolutely. I was surprised he went back into the what do you call it?
Yep. Here's the problem. They have these. Here's the thing. They have these independent people that are there away from the NFL. Which independent doesn't mean anything. They're paying them, but they're clearing them. But we know with what's happening. Have you guys had a concussion before? Did you guys play football?
Nope.
Like I've had multiple concussions. Nope. I had one. I played in a men's flag football league. I hit the guy's forehead on the back of my head. I was concussed. I went to the emergency room. You can't come. You can't play after that, and it's not even a day. It takes you days to get right. And he's getting hit all the time. So
and then he plays 4 days later. That was
shame on them. And it's not the coach's fault. It's the coach isn't an expert. Like it's the team doctors and stuff. Shame on them.
OG Wham in the building. What's up, Wham?
Yeah, Wham. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Jump on if you got time. Jump on.
He always gets a link every show. He gets one. He's just a busy man.
Hey, Dave.
I get it. He's probably at work. He's probably at work.
Right, you want to give your picks?
Did I miss LJ? Did he have a couple that I missed?
No, we haven't given official anythings yet.
My best bet is the Cardinals +1, and I'm money lining that bitch all day.
Okay,
that game scares the shit out of me.
That's my best
a weird one.
That's my best.
We'll write that down afterwards. But give me your picks.
Who?
Are you out?
Who are you giving? Who's
Chris? Are you out? Or you just your phone cut out?
Oh no, I was just asking. Yeah.
No. We talked about the Texans and the Ravens when you were gone.
Texans is my second best bet.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Good.
And I need a third. I jumped off the Jets. Right. I told you earlier. I'm jumping off the Jets because of Zach Wilson's coming back. I can't trust that he's going to perform his first start.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Padres are down 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th, and they are -115 on the money line. Both of them are minus. But do they have anyone on base? It's no outs. Can I get a better? If the Padres don't score in the bottom of the 5th, I'm going to get better odds, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait on that one. All right. So let's didn't we have a play we wanted to talk about after this? Didn't someone say they wanted to? No, I did. Jags Eagles.
Ooh, everybody's on the Jags, man. I heard a lot of people today on the Jags.
I'm not. I'm on the other fucking side.
I am too.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not backing the Eagles. I'm going to take the Jaguars. Team total under. Okay. I don't want to lay the 6.5 points, but this Philly defense is elite. Like that's just the plain trend.
The team is. I'm telling these people telling me the Cowboys will win the division. They did everything.
No, the Giants are going to win the division. Duh.
Yeah, give me a fucking break. The Eagles did They have an A++ for offseason everything. They drafted right. They went out and got the dude at wide receiver because they're not great at drafting wide receivers except for this last one.
Devontae Smith.
Well, Nelson Aguilar from USC, the dude from Cal, Deshaun Jackson was kind of he was okay, but he wasn't great.
He was a dynamic guy. He wasn't a consistent guy.
That's my point is they finally said, we're not good at this. We're going to go spend money. They did the right things. And by the way, their offensive line is elite too. And their running back trio isn't great one by one, but is the best trio. Them and the Browns.
Also keep in mind, this is the same Eagles team that drafted Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson, then traded Jalen Reagor to the
That's the point.
Vikings.
That's the point. They don't know what they're doing, so they went on and bought it. They did the right things. I'm so high on the Eagles, but
one thing scares me about the Eagles.
Yeah,
they're the best first half team scoring, but they're dead last in second half points. They've been shut out the last 2 games in the second half.
But do you think the Jags are going to be a problem with that?
I think if this trend is true, the Jags are going to backdoor cover and cover the points. They're not necessarily saying they're going to win, but I'm going to take it safe and bet the Eagles first half because of how they scored in the first half. I can't trust the whole game now looking at the numbers, but it just depends. Like I said, they're the number one third in the NFL on third down conversions, which is 50%. So if they can stay on the field and keep the Jags defense, they could wear that defense down and maybe dominate the game. But the Jags are playing well, man, and it scares me that the Eagles cannot score in the second half. That just scares me.
How much of that though is they're up a decent amount and they're just getting conservative?
I mean, it could be, but
the Lions too. The Lions too. I mean, but the Lions are good. The Lions are a good offensive team. But I want to do this I want to get Hammer Poop's opinion, but I'm going to bring on another nerd. One of my first 5 Twitter follows back when we did the contest is coming in right in the heart of LA. Budlong, that's a street in LA. If you've been to LA, you know it. Budlong Nomad. We got Damon in the house. What up, dude? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on?
Thanks for coming on. I love when you're on, buddy. I think your internet's coming in and out.
How y'all doing today? Or it's evening?
We're doing okay. I mean, I think me and Nick are losing today. I think so far.
Oh yeah, baseball can kiss my ass.
He dropped out. We'll get him back in here. Chris, what do you think? What do you think about Jaguars? You're probably on the Jaguars.
I think this might be a stay away for us. I lean that way. I think Dougie P going back there to Philly he's gonna want to, play him tough. And we've been talking on my pod with my Fade You guys that sometimes the market takes 3 or 4 weeks to correct itself, and we don't know if the market still might not know what to do with this Jags team. They might still think they're that team that's been trashed the last couple of years, and I think that they're well improved. So, and like you said, I'm not saying that Colts win was great. They did just beat the Chiefs, but it's like in the NFL, you got to just take it week by week. I think 6.5 does seem kind of a lot.
There you go. I'm Budlong, right down in the heart of LA. I love it. But here's my thing with that. I play the other side. I play that. The line's actually where it's supposed to be. I think people think this Jags team they are improved, but they're improved from what? They're bad. And by the way, Trevor Lawrence still has
number 1 overall pick.
Well, okay, Baker Mayfield, Carson Wentz.
Well, no, like they're how much have they improved? I guess they've improved considering they picked in the top 5 for 4 straight years.
Yeah, they got better players now. They got better players, which is improved.
That's where they've gotten better. But it's not saying much that this team's getting better because they were that fucking bad.
Yeah.
That's like saying, we were a giant, massive thing of dog shit. Now we're just a little bit of a smaller thing of dog shit.
And by the way, Carson Wentz threw 2 interceptions in their territory, on their side of the field, back-to-back drives, and he still beat the Jaguars. So, but that was the first week of the season. There's been, I will say it is a question mark, but I'm so high on these Eagles. If you have to tell me there's a team that's going to beat the Jags by 7 points, the Eagles are one of them.
Yeah. And one thing that's kind of an interesting way we can think about this game, but this actually goes for both teams. Could this be a sell high spot for both teams?
Maybe. That's not a bad point either.
Because this is probably the highest the Jaguars will be because they've won back-to-back games by 20 points.
Yeah. Yes. I'm so low on the Colts, though. I don't give a shit about the Chargers is the bigger question mark, not the Colts, because I don't think the Colts are any good. I don't know.
7-2 now in that Diamondbacks game.
We need a Kardashian.
We need 4 more runs.
We need to Kardash this shit. Isn't that so great? I need to have it. Here's the thing. Parks and Rec would be copyrighted. If I played that whole clip, would we get in trouble? Do you think? Because it's longer than 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good that he improv that too. It's just fucking genius.
Did y'all know that the only team in the NFL that hasn't attempted a field goal is the Washington Commanders?
Attempted a field goal?
They haven't even attempted a field goal this season in 3 games.
That's mind-boggling.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You can't attempt a field goal when it's 4th and 16 from your own 10.
You're right. You're right. That's crazy.
It's a rough area for sure. Rough area.
If they have attempted, they probably have won because I'm looking at field goals attempted per game, and they're dead last. And made. They haven't made a field goal.
Damon, you good with your internet? What's going on, bud? I think we got some issues.
But I'm definitely taking Carson Wentz pass attempts because he leads the league in pass attempts at 37 attempts a game.
Oh yeah, when you're down by 100,000 early in the game, you're going to throw that much.
So that's definitely a prop bet right there. That's going to cash.
That's why fucking Joe Flacco is up at the top there too. Because when you go down 14 scores 3 minutes into the game, you're going to have to throw the ball.
And you're always playing from behind.
Padres money line is plus 120. I'm on it now. They just closed out the
fifth.
Yep. Done in the books. All right. Let's have some voodoo magic. Let's go. We deserve this. UCLA, where we're at with UCLA.
Before I
10-9 Washington. They kicked the field goal.
Oh, keep it low, baby.
No, keep giving me touchdowns.
Yeah, you guys are on the opposite side.
I want to hear why you're on Broncos, Dave, before I go.
I will. Hey, Damon, are you there? Can you hear with sound? No, maybe not. I'm on the Broncos for 2 reasons. One is I wonder why the Raiders didn't do anything in the offseason except for get a wide receiver. The wide receiver, but that's it. And the Broncos defense it's second and third, and I'm not sure which one versus the rush and the pass. I mean, they've had so far an elite defense.
They're third in the league in third down allowed.
Yeah, so that too. But I'm talking about passing and rushing. Their defense is great, and the Raiders have been lackluster on offense. But I index the Broncos as a half-point favorite.
They've only allowed 1 touchdown too in 3 games.
I mean, they have all these problems. That's fine. The coach is an issue. Russell Wilson's a question mark. I think the Raiders, and I said this in the beginning, they're the worst team in that division.
Yep, not even close.
So I if you're giving me points with them, I'm taking them. I've actually moneylined them at plus 122. I don't know what it is now, but that's the odds I got.
I like the Raiders team total under.
That's
just playing to the fact that this Broncos team's elite. And I can see this being 14-13 again or something like that.
It probably is.
Where who knows if the
I also think too that like people the narrative is, and this is out there, that the the fix is in. The NFL is not going to let the Raiders go 0-4 going into the game versus the Chiefs or whatever. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not a conspiracy guy. Fuck that. This is professional football. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, the Broncos are not as high as people thought they were, but I think the Raiders are much lower than people are saying they are.
I got a good trend for you guys. So
Go for it.
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, the shade of darkness.
Oh, sorry, didn't you lose me? So teams that started out 0-3 and then are favored at home in week 4. I was trying to read from the stat, but I think it's 38%, something like 11. And
You're terrible.
Yeah.
ATS?
ATS, and it's
so that means Broncos.
That trend, and that's, I think there's been 30 something teams since in the last like 40 years, so it's a pretty big sample size. But yeah, points towards the Broncos big time.
I rarely look at money and where it's at. I'm interested to see where the tickets and the handles at, but that doesn't matter to me. I mean, I think,
let's see what my numbers say for that.
I
can get that.
I think the Broncos should be favored.
Yeah, they absolutely should. Let's take a look. Seeing 64% of the tickets and 83% of the cash is on the Raiders. 64% of the tickets, 59% of the cash is on the under. It's moved from 46 down to 45.5, and it's moved from 2 to 2.5. So mine's moving according to where the number is. Arkansas.
We'll jump back to that game. We have opinions on that game, but we'll jump back.
Yeah,
to it.
I've already locked in
Alabama.
play early in the week on that game.
Yeah. I have no play. I think Alabama was anyone that had an opinion on it was Alabama.
Alabama wallops them. I have a -15.
Alabama, man. That might be under 10 seconds. South Park?
Arkansas.
No. It's from South Park. He's quick, he's drunk, he's active. His wife comes home and says, "Hey, you're late," and he backhands her. You haven't seen that one?
No.
Alabama, man. Look it up. South Park, Alabama, man.
It is 7-3 in that Giants game. We need 3 more runs.
Yeah, we hit that one. I'm telling you, that was a good bet. That was a good one from Nicholas.
It hasn't hit yet, so I can don't say that, and then we get nothing but zeros the rest of the game.
It's 4th inning.
Yeah, don't say that. I had the over 8 in LA and Oakland the other night. It was 3-3 at the end of the second, and it finished 4-3. So.
Over under is a 13. It jumped up a point already, But by the way, I think Arizona's bullpen. I'm not looking at it.
Giants
bullpen's been Giants have been good the past 2 weeks. Arizona's been bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I remember that. I'm so off capping baseball though.
Ooh, that was a late hit. Yep, that's 15 yards more.
Washington.
UCLA's driving right now. I have the over as well, so I just want points.
I'm with you on the Broncos, Dave, because the Raiders, the only team that's 0-3, and every team that they beat, that team only has 1 win.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the Raiders team total under 23.5.
I'm convinced that the Broncos are going to win this game.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Steelers in a minute. We're on the Cowboys, most of us. I mean, it's sick that we're on. It fucking makes me sick to my stomach. As a Niners fan,
on the Cowboys.
You're not on the Cowboys?
I'll probably land on them.
It's so obvious it makes me sick. That's probably not good, but I bid on it. So we like the Broncos. Chris, is that a circa play for you or not?
Which one?
Broncos.
It is for me.
Not yet. No, I'm thinking about it. I got to convince my partner. He thinks the Raiders smells like ass, which I think it does. I just don't know if it's. I do not like to lay points with the Raiders. They're really bad as a fave. So.
Yeah, I feel you. I have plays that just don't look good to me, but are just so convincing, like the Cowboys, the Broncos, the Patriots are another one. But I think that's a sharp look.
I love the Patriots this week. I'm going to take their team total over. I'm hoping to get 13.5 with that number.
Well, let's jump into this game that you're gonna not agree with.
Touchdown, Ucla.
Fuckla, yeah. Jets Steelers.
What's the total in that game? I'm leaning towards the over.
Let's see.
I don't hate that.
What's the total?
Pittsburgh team total could be an
I have no opinion on the over because the Steelers can't fucking
because
score.
both of these teams are both dead last in third down opponents conversions. So Pittsburgh gives up 7 third down conversions a game. Jets give up 7.
41.5. This game can.
I was going to say before you said, what would you guess it would be? I think it would be lower than that, though.
I think this game can accidentally go over that number.
Yeah. Well, 41.5.
Because I think both teams can get 20, so that's 40 points. And what's the total?
41.5.
Yeah, I think both teams can get 40.
Pittsburgh's team total is a 21.5.
Yeah.
I might look to play that.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards over. But the thing about Tomlin, he has a losing record versus the spread as a favorite. He's better as a dog.
Yeah, but I mean, I have the Steelers as an 8.5 point favorite.
I have them as a 5.5 point favorite with Wilson, 7.5 with Flacco.
Is Wilson confirmed? Does it matter?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's confirmed. He's starting.
Who cares? He's probably worse than Flat. I mean, coming off injury. Do you guys just like pitchers? Do you bet on quarterbacks coming off injury? I don't.
I may sneak around and still bet the Jets plus money, but plus the points. But I'm not going to say it out loud. Like I'm not going to put it out there. But I may sneak and do it just to throw it out there. Because they don't have a pass rush. Without TJ Watt, the Steelers cannot get after the quarterback.
What's the circle line on that?
And they're dead last in time of possession, 25 minutes. They only have the ball 25 minutes. So,
by the way, it's 14-0 New Mexico right now over UNLV. Just want to point that out.
Well, that's embarrassing.
I said New Mexico straight up. I didn't bet it, of course, but I said New Mexico straight up.
So what do I got? I've got the Cowboys in, the Patriots in, the Broncos in, and I got the Steelers locked in at 3.
Damn, Flames lost.
It's Ravens, Texans, or Eagles. I'll wake up and figure that one out. Let's get to the chat. Nathan Cerna makes me sick too, but like money for what? The Cowboys? Indiana plus. Yeah, we're all on Indiana, I think. Talk about that one. I'm a Jets fan, and I'm off them tomorrow. Well, I'm sorry that you're a Jets fan.
You're off them tomorrow? Yeah, I would be off them tomorrow, and probably definitely off them on Sunday, though.
has Winston been ruled out versus the Saints yet?
Yes.
So Andy Dalton is starting.
Yes.
All right. They may win that game because Dalton's a better quarterback to me than Winston. Far as not turning the ball over, you know, like being a serviceable game manager.
That game is tricky as hell.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm betting it, you know, I'm not saying that, but I think Dalton can perform better than Winston, in my opinion.
What's the line with that now that is it a 3? Why is it only a 3?
The Saints?
Maybe because it's a neutral field.
Still, this was, I think, a 2.5 with, who do you call it in? With Jameis in.
I have. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I capped that as the Saints. Ooh. I didn't do neutral field on that one.
Are the Saints a look?
Hey.
Well, let me recap this real quick.
Hey.
Because I had them as the home team.
Because the Vikings are one of the most publicly bet teams this week.
Nah, the Vikings are a 2-point favorite neutral field for me. That's too close.
Yeah, I'm not betting this game, but I think Dalton will perform.
Winston's out. Well, you know what? He probably hurt his wiener doing this.
Who else is going to be able to step up to make some plays? So, to me, I view Jameis Winston as the favorite. I think he almost has to lose this job.
The best part about that is the guy who's recording it fucking busts up at the end. That finger licker, dude. He is just I don't know. He has talent, but he's not good. He just throws too many interceptions, and People were so high on him. I wondered why. There's better quarterbacks you could have. They should have got Garoppolo. Not that he's a great quarterback, but he's a game manager. I mean,
he maybe should have just played baseball.
Yeah, him and Kyler Murray.
Well, Kyler's better than Winston to me for us.
As far as decision making, they're both.
Okay, yeah, but athletic ability,
he's just too short. I don't like short quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's the only hindrance of Kyler is that he's short. But as far as athletic ability and able to perform on the field, I would take Kyler over Winston. So that's just me.
Yeah, I probably would too. So Hammer poops off.
At the beginning of the season, I said Jameis Winston's not a bad long shot for MVP.
So we're gonna go. Hammer poop had to go, but we talked about this. He likes. No one's gonna be on the Chiefs, so he likes the Bucks.
I love the Bucks
plus the points, and then he's also on the Niners too.
Okay.
Which we
the Niners own the Rams, bro.
Yeah, I know that as a fan. I mean, they as a Southern California fan, as I grew up 8 miles from where they used to play they used to play where the Angels played at the Big A back in the day. Yeah. And they just owned it, even when Dickerson was there and all those good fucking teams. I mean, even when they were bad and Warner was there, the big 2000s when they win all the Super Bowls, they still I'm betting that game. It's not going to be a circle play, but I'm betting Niners money line for me.
Yeah, Shanahan loves beating McVay. They have this contentious history.
Well, I'm not sold on McVay being a great coach. I don't know why. By the way, White Sox scored a run, so that's not good for me.
They hate each other, and I know why. That game that the 49ers beat the Rams and they started Nick Mullins.
Yeah.
And they won. I guarantee that they traded Jared Goff, if you know, after that season.
Yeah, they did.
That's where it started right there. For you to come in and beat me with a third string quarterback.
Yeah.
3 Giants, by the way, home run.
They was sick. He was sick. So I'm pretty sure that's still seething with him right now when he plays Shanahan. Like, really. So, yeah, I'm on the 49ers too, just because of the tendency of that history of the coach.
What are the Padres run? Oh, I should have waited because they might still win this game. It's locked up. Anyway, well, do we have any props? I'm not a big prop guy.
I don't do props.
Yeah,
which surprises me because I used to be a DFS player and I don't do props, which I don't know why.
I have a prop for every game.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about some.
Well, number one, I'm on Saquon Barkley over. Let me get it right just to give you the right stat. Saquon Barkley over 80.5 rushing yards, minus 114. He's averaging 105 yards, and the Bears have given up 106 rushing yards the last 2 games versus the running back. Plus, the Bears are bottom 3 in rush attempts allowed and rushing yards allowed.
I was just going to look that up, but
the Bears also play from behind a lot.
Yeah,
so
they can't stop the run though, and the Giants are second in rush per yards is 5.6. So I think they're going to pound the ball on the Bears.
Yeah, let's say this. I know Richie, you're probably on ESB. Anyone that's on my channel watching this, go to ESB. We're streaming it there. Go hit the like, do your thing. Anyone that's on ESB, come over to Picks from Dave, hit the like on there. We stream this on both channels. We probably should start streaming it on LJ's channel too. I don't know why we don't, but it's just. Oh, you're not monetized yet, right, LJ?
No.
Yeah. Well, it might help you out.
Hey, I don't mind.
Yeah, North Carolina. I haven't looked at that game at all.
I wanted the over, but I missed my line for it because it was 50.5 interception for UCLA.
They intercepted it?
Yeah, and now they're in the red zone as well. Well, Washington's dead.
Maybe not. Yeah, Barkley's been smoking them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Richie. Appreciate it.
I'm on it.
So Saquon, what else do you want? What other props?
I'm on the field goal kicker for Atlanta. What's his name? Young Ho, I believe.
Yeah, Young Ho.
Yeah, the Asian guy. I don't know his name.
Yeah, Young Ho.
They're better than a Young Ho, right?
He's averaging 3 field goals a game because the Falcons are last in the red zone efficiency. So I'm going to bet him over 1.5 field goals made. Who else am I on? I may be back on Davis Mills, 20 pass completions. I may be back on that too. Yeah, I may go back to the well on that one.
I think you're 3-0 on this show. I mean, I know on the Sash and all those you're smoking them. I think you're 2 or 3-0 on props here.
Yeah. Carson Wentz pass attempts over 36.5. Easy money.
Write that down. Wentz, 36.5 pass.
Let me make sure that's the right one. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
It seems super high, but either way.
I'm gonna give it to you. Let me see. Carson Wentz pass attempts. Carson Wentz pass attempts. They have it at. Oh, it's not even on there. I gotta go to my book. Let me see. I'm gonna be on it regardless because he's hit it the last 3 games like easily because they can't run the ball. They refuse to run the ball. Actually,
Dodgers of 9-0, huh?
Damn, that quick?
Yeah.
God damn.
I'm going to tell you right now, and this might be a homer thing. The Mets are a really good team, and the Braves aren't. And I mean, those are the 2 teams. I don't see, and I'm going to be, if the Dodgers get dumped anytime in the playoffs, I'm going to be rooting for the Mets. I don't see with how complete the Dodgers team is, even though the Mets have a better pitching staff, I don't see how they're not going to win the NL. I don't see it. And I'm not, and this isn't me being a contrarian, like a Terry type, trying to, chide you or whatever. They're just too good of a team. They probably have the best. They have one of the best Dodgers teams, which is one of the biggest teams ever. They probably might have the best Dodgers team ever, the most complete team, and they're missing their Cy Young award-winning pitcher too.
Yeah, they have it at Carson Wentz over 35.5 pass attempts.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
Okay, yeah.
35?
35.5, yeah. So he has to get 36, yeah. That's easy.
Nick, put your fandom aside for a second. Are you worried about the Dodgers?
I'm more worried about the Braves.
Are you? Well, that's just because that's interdivision bias because you see that all the time.
No, because we've seen what the Dodgers do. We've seen this year after year after year after year after year with the Dodgers. They'll go 100, 105 wins and then lose in the wild card or lose in the NLDS or lose in the NLCS. We've noticed this. The only time that the Dodgers have won the World Series recently after having a really good year was in that Mickey Mouse year where it was a shortened season. There was no fans in the playoffs.
The Mets haven't been to the playoffs forever. That's kind of my point. The Mets haven't had a good team for a long time.
Yeah, I know, but no, I'm not worried about the Dodgers because the Dodgers give me Maple Leafs vibes. They always have really good regular seasons and fuck up in the playoffs. That's
true.
Just the way they are.
That is true. And
they don't show up when it matters. Clayton Kershaw is a shell of himself when it comes to the playoffs.
He's like what Peyton Manning was until the end of his career. It was he'd have a great regular season and then Brady would crush him.
Yeah, that's why I'm not scared of the Dodgers until they prove me wrong, which they haven't.
The Mets played, and the Mets. We talked about this. That one
Mets
series,
won the season series against them. I'm not scared of the Dodgers.
So we talked about that. They played the right way. I just think
they can play that way. That's playoff baseball the way they play.
They did. My problem is that I see teams kind of going in a different direction right now. Not that the Mets are down treading, but they're kind of treading water. And the Dodgers are playing hot. So it's all about momentum. And I'm going to say this. I don't see it's going to be a really good series. I want to see This is the series I want to see. And putting the Astros aside, because I know that they're super good and LJ's a fan, I want to see Dodgers Yankees or Mets Yankees. I really want to see that. I want to see that just
I don't
as a
see
fan.
the Yankees making it.
I don't either. I see the Astros going.
Try to think of the teams that would take over. I feel like
I'd love for the Dodgers. I'd love for the Dodgers and the Astros to go back. For sure.
I think the Yankees lose in their first matchup versus whoever they play.
They could.
I think the Yankees. The Yankees were a team I really liked in the beginning of the season. I even put a post on Twitter saying that it's going to be the Mets and the Yankees in the World Series. But now it's like in the middle of June or whatever, May or June.
When the Mets were red hot too, by the way.
And the Yankees were, But looking at it now, I'd take the Astros over the Yankees. Maybe
UCLA money line.
Yeah, I said yeah. Maybe I'll take
UCLA. UCLA.
Yeah.
They're stupid. They're stupid fucking song.
I'd take the Rays over the Yankees. I'd take the Mariners and I'd take the Guardians over the Yankees. I think the only one I wouldn't take over the Yankees is the Blue Jays.
You feel like you? Well, I like all those teams actually, but you know how I feel about the Guardians and the Cardinals.
I think the Guardians to win the American League is a great bet.
I said it right before the All-Star break. I've said it every year. The Guardians.
I was advocating for them to win the division.
Yep. I would. You know what would be awesome? Guardians Cardinals World Series. That'd be fucking great.
If I had to bet two teams to make the World Series that have value on the American League side, it's Cleveland and it's Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is one of those sneaky teams where they'll come out of nowhere and they'll win a series and they'll make things interesting.
I think if the Braves go back to the World Series, whoever they play, that'll be boring. I won't want to watch it.
No.
I
swear if it's Braves and Yankees, I'm going to not watch a single minute of it.
I don't. The Braves are just not a fun team to watch. I just don't. They weren't last year with the fucking pearl necklace idiot, Jock Peterson.
Yeah.
If you're a dude and you wear pearls, I mean, give me pearl necklace. Do you know what that is? I mean, why are you wearing a pearl necklace? You know what a pearl necklace is? I mean, LJ, do you know what a pearl necklace is?
I mean, I've seen it.
No. Do you know what the euphemism is for a pearl necklace?
No.
Think money shot.
Okay.
So in the adult industry, they call a pearl necklace something. Imagine what that would be like when a girl gets a pearl necklace.
Oh my God.
So that's what a pearl necklace is. And so Jock Peterson, because guys don't wear pearls. It's a girl thing, right? It's like Marilyn Monroe type of thing. He wore a big fat pearl necklace. And I don't know if he was trying to be funny or whatever, but he wore that in the World Series. Guys have gold chains, like manly stuff. I don't know. I just think I don't know. Fuck the Braves.
8-4 now. We need just one more run in that Arizona game.
I have another prop.
Go.
Rashad Penny over 60.5 rushing yards versus Detroit. They gave up 96 to two running backs so far on the season.
6-teamer tomorrow. You want rise above. You want one to add? I can't give you 6 teams.
Do you want money lines or like?
Yeah. And by the way, we'll go back. Rashad Penny, that's fine. He's a big question.
I'll build you a 6-teamer of money lines.
We'll do it. I don't talk about parlays. I do them.
Me neither.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna throw together a bunch of favorites I like.
I like Rashad Penny. He's been a big disappointment. By the way, it's 8-4 in the D-backs game.
Prize Picks has him as 57.5. That's even lower. But my book has 60.
I could win this game both ways live. I have 3.5 Diamondbacks at 3.5 and the over.
I'm taking Rashad.
I don't think that's a bad bet. It just worries me because also too, what happens if Seattle gets down and they got to start throwing?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true.
And DK Metcalf needs to go to get a better quarterback.
I'm gonna take a shot on it though.
He is the truth.
Who else am I looking at? Oh, Kyler Murray rush attempts. Hey, let me give you a stat on Kyler Murray I heard today.
Go.
Look at this shit, bro. Where is it at? Kyler Murray. Oh, where's it at? When Kyler Murray has at least 10 plus rush attempts, Arizona is 9-1. When he has less than 5 rush attempts, they're 3-17-1.
Well, so he better get rush attempts.
And that's the key to beat Carolina because they have the worst rush defense.
And they have a good pass defense.
Yep. So that's how you attack them, and that's why I'm on that best bet because you drafted Kyler Murray for the read option in order for him to be a threat running the ball. Why is he in shotgun all the time, Cliff? What is the reason?
Because he's a bad play caller.
Because shotgun when that's not his strength. Put him in some read option. Let him run the ball a couple of times to get that threat, and then that'll open up the field, bro. Like, I don't understand why that's so hard. He did it in high school. He did it in college. Why can't you do it in an NFL?
I just don't like him. I don't
know.
All right.
Does it?
I've got your 6-teamer here. It does only pay out plus 272 because there's some pretty big favorites in here. So these are all money lines.
I'm going to say this right now before you start. I do not condone this, but you can go ahead.
Me neither, but these are just favorites that grade out well for me. We're going to start off with Army against Georgia State. I had to throw them in here. East Carolina against South Florida. LSU against Auburn. Alabama against Arkansas. Coastal Carolina against Georgia Southern. And then to close it on out, Arizona against Colorado. Plus 272.
A 6-team parlay that doesn't even pay 3-1. Fuck that.
Yeah. I mean, the smallest favorite in that was minus 310.
That's a good point. I want to talk about this. Metcalf is a freak of nature. He reminds me of T.O., low-key but faster. That's exactly who he reminds me of. This big triangle-built motherfucker that can run. I mean, he's fast as fuck.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Well, switching topics, let's talk about how Dylan Cease is getting plus money against the Padres, against Clevenger.
Tomorrow?
Yep. That's interesting, huh?
Is he
I'm not betting any baseball tomorrow, though.
It's Dylan Cease versus Clevenger. Padres are minus 120. I think that's a first 5 bet for the White Sox. Even though the White Sox have been
White Sox are out of it, though. That's the problem. I trust Cease. I don't trust the White Sox.
UCLA, fuck this up for me. Come on. I'm on the diamond. I mean, I'm on the D-backs here big time. D-backs, if they can score a couple runs, if I can get a cover on plus 3.5 live and the over, which the over needs one more run.
Yep.
Hell yeah. And UCLA, that'll be a plus day, even though we bet that Giants game, which sucked.
Yeah, Washington looks pretty.
We'll be 2-1 with that live bet, but if we hit the Diamondbacks, we'll be 3-1. Rick's not coming on. He said he can't. I always enjoy Rick's company, but he's not coming on. He's got a family full of. He has younger kids, and he has a kid that just went to college, and. OJ, how old are your kids? High school age?
I have one in college. She's 20. She's about to be 21.
Where'd she go?
North Texas in Denton.
There you go. Yeah.
They're gonna get beat down by FAU tomorrow.
That's my oldest daughter. My oldest son is 19. He just graduated. He's back in Arizona with his mom. My second youngest daughter, she's 17. She's a senior in high school, about to turn 18 in February.
Okay.
And my son that's living here, which is my wife's son, my stepson, he's 15. He just started freshman year in high school.
Gotcha. Before we get to these comments, we're going to enter in this guy. He's probably all glassy and bloodshot-eyed.
Oh, boy.
And, he's probably drinking milk in a bag and eating poutine and all that crazy Canadian shit. Terry.
Hey.
Yes,
they still have milk
was.
in bags up there. They sell milk in a bag up there, huh?
I was actually just drinking some milk from a bag not too long ago, like 10, 15 minutes ago. So.
Milk in a bag?
He's your queen too. Yeah, Canadians. By the way, beautiful people, the nicest people in the world. I've been to Canada twice, but they do weird shit. They drink milk out of a bag. What can I say?
Is weed legal in Canada?
Yeah, it's legal everywhere, I think.
And health insurance is free, right?
What is?
Health insurance. Like, don't y'all get
free healthcare.
So what's the bad thing about Canada that has the advantage of the US?
The beer store. You can't buy alcohol. You have to go to certain stores to buy alcohol. You can't buy it at the grocery store. You have to go to certain
that is slacking a little bit. Like Walmart has beer now, but like
Walmart, yeah.
Certain
when I went there,
times,
I have a picture of this place called the Beer Store. It's the only way you can buy beer. It's called the Beer Store, and you go and buy a 30 rack of like Coors for like $40. It was crazy expensive.
Oh yeah, alcohol is really cheap in the States compared to here.
Yeah. So what you do is if you're in Toronto or like you're in Hamilton, but if you're down near Niagara, you go to Buffalo, load up on beer, throw it in the truck, and then you drive back into Canada.
So health insurance, like you could just go to the doctor and just get treated for no cost at all. That's how it works.
Yeah.
What? Wow. You don't have to take out your entire life savings to live like one of the lowest.
I went to the emergency room. I had this thing on my neck that they had to pierce, and they're like, "Oh, we have to give you an MRI or a CAT scan."
It's a big fucking scam in America.
It cost me $850 for a CAT scan with my insurance. Yeah, and all it was is
insurance is a fucking scam.
It is. I agree. I think it should be to where any type of insurance you have to pay monthly. If you don't use that insurance, you should get some of that premium back because you didn't use it. Like how they do car insurance. If you don't have a wreck, you get so much back. You get what I'm trying to say? If you don't have to use the insurance, you should get something back that you paid into. That's just me.
Agree.
That's just me.
Here's a new show on Terry's channel. Getting wild straight from the garage. That's fucking hilarious. You should do that. Give me the Golden Gophers. Here's the deal. I know
of
it's
course. How can you not take the Golden Gophers?
What about my 5-teamer I put up? Well, here's this one we're talking about. Here's what you wanted. Louisville minus. I mean, they're all garbage favorites. I mean, I don't condone this, so you guys can talk about it, but.
I like the CMU Toledo over, but that's just because Tim and we went down the slate and we saw if it was a MAC game, we bet the over.
But this is the thing. This parlay would hit big time because it's not money lines. This is all spread bets. I don't
like Georgia laying. I don't like Georgia laying over 4 touchdowns on the road.
5-1 parlay. What are the odds on that? I think that's like that's 22-1. So at 22 minutes,
I don't condone parlays at all. That's just no.
Well, Terry came back for a reason. He wants NFL. So
no, I actually came back to give out 2 baseball picks.
Okay, well, you haven't given it anything, but do you want to talk NFL at all?
Well, I've kind of already really gone over most of my stuff, and
not on my
I don't
channel.
really have a whole lot for NFL.
You don't come on my NFL show, so
no. I know it's the wrong day of the week, unfortunately, but. NFL, I'm going a bit light. I have some props and stuff I have to look at, but
I want any of your play. Okay, here's the deal. So you're going to do 2 MLB plays for the show, probably.
Yes.
But give me. I want to hear.
The one's a really surprising one too.
Good. I want an NFL play from you, and if it's anything Vikings, it doesn't count.
Wow! Take away the best
line.
game
Here we go.
of the week. The easiest
best game. That's a shitty game.
Give me your best NFL play.
That is not a shitty game at all.
Give me your best.
The Saints have no offense. What are they supposed to do? Trust Andy Dalton?
It's gonna be a bad game.
Hey, oh, by the way, the Vikings.
Andy Dalton equals 14 Vikings points right there.
Well, check it out.
Then just let Cousins just do his thing. Vikings roll.
Vikings are in the United Kingdom. She's your queen too. She's your queen too.
God.
She was your queen. Now she's dead. But either way.
Anyways. No comment on that.
All right. Give me your best NFL play.
My best NFL play.
You're not a jerk. Then fine. You ruined my joke. Give me your MLB plays. Go ahead.
Why don't I do Jacksonville +7? I know you would love that.
Nope. That's not happening. That's not happening. I will automatically choose as my best bet the Eagles to squash that.
Squash.
Yeah.
That's not
Jacksonville,
your best.
Jacksonville is a wagon.
That's not your best bet. If that's your best bet, I quit.
No, I don't really have an NFL best bet.
Okay, good enough. Give me that. I want to hear this interesting MLB play. Go ahead.
Blue Jays run
I
line.
can't believe I'm about to say this.
It's against the Blue Jays. Yes.
No, it's not. No.
It's the Mets.
Toronto probably still wins that game tomorrow, but I'm not putting it as a best bet anywhere. But one game I like that I can't put up on picks and parlays. I'm purple. Oh,
Yeah,
good.
well, your tint's weird. But by the way, they're pitching. By the way, picks and parlays, Earl Twins and Terry, they're all on it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So one play that I can't put on there, but Washington Nationals first 5. I'm doing it.
Do you know what the odds are? Money line.
It's a doubleheader, by the way, tomorrow on that one.
Yes, that's fine. I'm backing Anibal Sanchez.
First game.
Who the hell is pitching on the other side?
What the fuck did you just say? Anibal Sanchez?
Yes, he has 1 point something ERA in his last 7 games, and on the other side it is Gibson, who's getting smashed.
Who, by the way, was in the bottom of first. Here's the deal: for 2/3 of the season, Gibson was in the bottom 10 pitchers for the first 5 innings. He was one of the least profitable pitchers first 5 innings. So that's actually my Anibal Sanchez. What are you doing?
Anibal Sanchez has been elite.
Elite, my ass cheek. Okay, let's look at
look at his last 7 games.
All right,
and find one bad game.
I would make a joke of what are you smoking, but we all know what you're smoking.
Oh yeah, I could show you, but I don't think I.
Do you know? I don't even want to go. Okay, so they first.
No, if you look at Anibal Sanchez's games, it's not.
First
possible.
5's not out yet, but I'll put it up when it's out.
Okay, I don't want to go full game because it's the Nationals, but
Fair.
Another play I like: White Sox first 5. The Padres are.
We were just talking about
I'm
that.
sorry to Moose if he's watching or if he watches, but Nick was right to call them the Padres. I cannot believe they're losing today, and that's not why I'm taking the White Sox tomorrow. Look at the pitching matchup.
I bet I'm like.
I'll take
We were just talking about Cease. We were just talking about Cease. Yeah.
I'll take him. I'll back him, unless somebody else has already.
Padres need to come back. Padres are only they suck.
They suck.
But I took them live, which is not good.
Yet they're going to be in the playoffs.
That's okay. They'll be an easy out for whoever faces them. And I hope the Jays get to face Seattle. Are you kidding me? That series is done after 2 games.
Yeah, when Seattle wins them both.
Yeah, because Seattle's going to win. Seattle can't even beat the worst teams in baseball, but they're just going to magically all of a sudden pull it together with all that playoff
play up to
experience
other
they
teams.
have.
Some teams play down to their competition.
Yeah, well, that's not a good way to win.
Do we want to fight right now? Let's talk about, of all the AL teams, who Nick was just saying would be the one that in the playoffs is the least scary. Nicholas?
Oh, who would I want to face the most?
In the AL.
In the AL? If I had to pick a team to face, be the Blue Jays.
Oh, shocking.
Let's go. Let's go.
Give me the Mets. Can't score a run against anybody. Mets will be gone in 2 games. 2 wildcard games because they're not winning the division, which they had a lock on for like how long? And they blew that lead. Give me whoever faces the Mets to sweep.
That's true.
To sweep.
That'll be my playoff.
It'd be very difficult. It'd be very difficult to win 3 straight games against DeGrom, Scherzer, and Bassett. Anyone who could do that, I tip your cap to that because I haven't seen anybody do that all year.
Yeah, well, pitching is great, but you need to be able to score runs.
Well, if DeGrom pitches 100 miles an hour down the plate, we see what happens with that tonight. But
yeah, he's not untouchable.
He has movement, and that I only watched one home run. It was the first one. It was batting practice. Granted, it's like 100 miles an hour, but these guys can hit that now. This isn't 1987. Like they can hit that. So we got Terrence the Great. The first game of the Nationals doubleheader, first five, and the White Sox first five. Neither of those lines are out that I can see, but we will add them in.
They are. I have numbers for them, but I just can't give them to you right now.
I'm looking at covers and they don't have them. I don't know why they're not.
Hey, you want
to know
a crazy
bet
stat
stand.
about the y'all want to know a crazy stat about the Pirates?
Yeah, I do.
They're 3-15 on Fridays.
I hate day stats, but that's just. It's like, why does that matter? But I guess it does
because they lose on Fridays. That's why they
matter.
Well,
I wish I would have known that earlier.
The first game of an opening series too. That they're pretty trash in that too. But I just narrowed it down to every Friday. If it's an opening series, they lose.
Yeah,
3-15.
Wish I would have known that earlier.
I'm waiting on Oakland now because they're 5-18 on Fridays and they're playing Seattle, so that could be 5-19, but it's tied 1-1 at the 8th, so we'll see what happens.
I like that. Seattle, if they win, they clinch their first playoff spot in 21 years.
What did Darvish do in the first five?
I had his shoes in junior high. Anthony Hardaway on the I had his shoes.
Oh my God, those first ones, the blue ones with the blue check mark.
Yeah, with the check mark on them. Yeah, dude,
those are classic, bro.
Yeah,
I had 3 pair of those. Bro,
I bet you can't find them anymore. But the fact that he didn't go anywhere. But I had 2 shoes I liked. I had Grandmama's shoes, which I don't even know. You know who that is, but if you can
Larry Johnson,
name that name, who he was, his first and last name, put it in the chat. Went
Larry
to UNLV.
Johnson.
Yeah, well, there you go. UNLV. I had his shoes. And I had Anthony Hardaway's, and those were at my high school for anyone that played basketball, which I only played in high school. I wasn't a basketball player. I played at the gym into my 20s, but those shoes were the fucking smoke show.
What about the Barclays with the white claw?
I remember those two. I didn't have them, but I remember them.
Yeah,
everyone wanted MJs and all those stuff. I wanted Anthony Hardaway's. Penny.
Yeah, I had them too. I had like 3 pairs.
Yeah, the commercial. I remember the commercial. Fuck, dude. The 90s was the best NBA ever. Not even
90s
close.
was the best period because you had Michael Jordan, you had Tupac, and you had Mike Tyson. Those 3 right there.
Yeah, and you had Greg Maddox, and you had that was you had Joe Montana was just finishing up. Steve Young was going. Brett Favre, John Elway won Super Bowls. The 90s was the best era of sports, period.
Did
y'all
see what Brett Favre did with the welfare shit, bro?
No, what happened?
You didn't hear about that? He stole millions of dollars from the welfare to build a volleyball arena for his daughter in Mississippi, bro.
Yeah, fuck that guy. But he was a great quarterback. He was one of the best.
That's dirty, though. You have to steal from the poorest of the poor.
He's like a reverse Robin Hood.
But nobody talks about it. But yeah, we want to hear this Amit Udoka affair all over the media. Like that's going to be put out front news. But nobody talks about the Brett Favre scam.
It takes skills to have an affair. It doesn't take skills to steal from people.
That's just ridiculous.
Not to change the subject, but I have my NFL pick.
All right.
Jerry's like, fuck this conversation.
I'm seeing the views dropping. The views are dropping as we're talking. Go ahead.
You're not going to be too happy, but
hold on a second.
That's always a great way to start. You're not going to be too happy, but
we haven't done this in a long time. I just want to do it. All right, enough.
I can't do it because of my phone. I can't.
Yeah, turn it
sideways. You can't go out there. Well, I want to do it. Okay, go ahead. NFL pick.
It is in the Vikings game, but it's not the Vikings.
All right.
Give me Andy Dalton to throw an interception.
That's a pick. Whoa, I like that. Fuck that. Let's go, Andy Dalton.
I'm sure. I don't know if the odds are up yet for that, but it's 100% making my card the moment I can bet it.
Well, okay. Well,
it's probably also going to be a minus 175 or something.
Yeah, it's going to be retarded. Like that. We need to have like decent odds here. There's no.
What are the odds? Is there odds out for it?
I don't think so.
There must be.
I'll find it. Let's see.
It won't be -1. So I've seen other people have.
I think it's going to be up that range, if there even is a problem.
Marley was on Oklahoma. I'm off that game.
I didn't bet
it. Grant Hill was Grant Hill was another one that got overshadowed by Leitner, that dickhead. Pitt Panthers. I'm off that game, but that's fine. Yeah, the Fila. I remember the Filas. I had a pair of Filas, but not Grant Hills. Yeah, Grandmama. I told you I had those shoes, dude. Those were Grandmama.
I was right. My bad. I was a couple cents off. It's -180, -179 for over half an interception for Andy Dalton.
Okay, what's over?
Foiled again.
No 1.5. There is no 1.5.
Foiled again.
How is that -180?
Because he sucks. That's why.
Do I need to share my screen to show it?
Then why is the Vikings a bad game? If Dalton is so bad and they won't have Thomas, they might not have Kamara.
Because we're putting you on.
Maybe they expect him just to run the ball.
If you
how are you going to do that without Kamara?
We're putting you on timeout because we can't have a Vikings bet from you every time.
Did I give the Vikings last time?
No, it's just your entire life is the Vikings and the Wild.
Okay,
and the Blue
but just look at the spot for them that they have.
I know.
Look at the spot.
I'm low on the Saints. We've talked about that, but you really
the Saints have no offense. How are they supposed to score at all?
Would you like to? I will ask nicely. Would you like to bet the Vikings? Do you want that? Let's go. Do you want it? NFL Vikings. What are they? What are they? -3?
Well, they're -3, probably maybe -3.5, but I don't want to go past 3.5.
No one's going to bet against you on this. So you have carte blanche now. You've willed me down. You've made me a weak man. Would you like?
My question is, it was 2.5. So Jameis Winston being ruled out only warrants the line to move 1 point, and Kamara being ruled out only warrants half.
No, Kamara is questionable. It's their wide receiver.
Michael Thompson's out.
Michael Thompson.
So Michael Thomas and Jameis Winston being ruled out is only a half point.
Landry's questionable too.
Yeah. So why is it only moved to half a point if those two big players are out?
Because Andy Dalton is better than Winston.
You think?
Yes. That's why. I'm telling you.
All right. So do you want the Vikings?
I'm not scared of Andy Dalton.
You want to lay the points? That's your official bet, right? Is that what you want?
Well, if you don't want me to give out the Vikings, I
give me the Saints money line.
No, I want you. No. This is we joke around, but this is a legit capping show. We have good cappers, so if I know you like the Vikings. That's not a horrible bet, but is that your best NFL play? Is the Vikings? That's your best one. I don't believe.
Well, I kind of don't want to. Like, there's two other plays that I like, but I don't really want to.
What are those two other plays?
This is a capping show, Terry. What the fuck?
I know.
Come on, what are the other two plays? Let's go.
Spit them out.
Well, they're kind of a secret, but.
Are they going to be a PMP play?
Yes, they already are.
I don't want that.
I shouldn't have even mentioned the Vikings, but that's going to be.
Fair enough. We're not going to do that.
The other two, because I mentioned the Vikings, I don't want to mention my other two best plays because they're in my package. So
I understand. So now you have the dilemma. You have to expand your capping because now you have to think.
I would choose Jacksonville +7, but you won't let me.
Absolutely not. Eagles.
Why the Eagles?
Okay, here's
the reason that they're 4-0, but
we talked about it. You were on the show before. We talked about this, but.
Jacksonville, nobody believes in them. You didn't believe in them last week.
The rule of the show is that if you have two conflicting bets as best bets, they cancel themselves out. I've acquiesced so much In fact, LJ has a correction that we're going to do from last show, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I took off the Jets.
So we're gonna flop that over. But I've acquiesced so much to plays that because I'm the host of the show and I have to accommodate, and that's fine. But there is no way I'm letting there's no way I'm letting the Jags be the play here. Because here's the deal. There's no one that was on it except for you. And the fact that you love the Jags makes me sick to my stomach. That's it.
Okay, well, fading them every game, how much money?
Yeah, because they're horrible. They're bad. They beat the Colts. Great. The Colts suck. The Commander, here's the deal. Carson Wentz, everyone's favorite quarterback.
Yeah, they lost against the Commanders, but they beat the Chargers.
They did. A Chargers, a guy that has
a
15 broken ribs.
Justin Herbert.
Okay, well, they still scored.
Herbert, no
Bosa.
No
Herbert even played.
No Bosa, and Eckler had a bad game. So I agree. That worries me. The Eagles are the best right now. I'm saying it. I'm saying it right now. The Eagles are the best team in the NFL right now. The best. They are.
Okay, so when Jacksonville beats them outright, what are you going to say about Jacksonville next week?
I'm going to
say. Will you finally admit that they're good?
No.
Or will it be a fluke that they accidentally beat the Eagles? They're still shit.
No, I'm going to say a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes.
Okay, so what does this team have to do? Win the Super Bowl? What does this team have to do? Win the Super Bowl? And then they'll be like, oh, they
No, if they win the Super Bowl, I'll still say a blind squirrel finds it. They're horrible, dude. They're bad. Here's what Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know how you can say that. I do not know how you can say they're bad. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've done.
Okay.
You have to consider the competition, though.
Yeah. And the Colts are bad. They're not good. People are all high on the Colts. I've said it. The Colts
people are so high on the Colts.
The Colts are not good. Right now, for me, the Titans are winning that division. I hate the Titans, but they're winning that division. Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know. But the Colts are bad, and it's because of Matt Ryan.
I don't know what you've seen from the Texans to make you think they're winning that division.
Titans. Who's going to win that division?
I still think
I'm not going to say it.
The Texans.
It's the Colts.
I would bet on the Texans.
It's not the Colts, Nick. I know you want to be right about your preseason.
I'm not on the Eagles. Here's the deal.
The Colts are bad.
I'm going to give you
the Titans are terrible. And we'll see that when they get limited to like less than 17 points against the Colts.
This is a glass. China. Give me a break. Give us a hint about what are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
Yeah, the Titans are
Eagles
bad.
money.
They
Eagles money line.
The entire receiving core.
Yeah. Here's the deal. The Eagles are probably the best team in the NFL right now, besides the Bills, even though they're just rolling and they made the right decisions. The Jags, what did they do? I don't even know. They got Christian Kirk. Congratulations.
There's the over. Home run Giants.
Did Houston Cougars win? Did the Cougars win?
Well, let's do that.
Cougars lost to Tulane.
They did? Oh,
they did.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So you really want to have is the Jags your best bet? I'll let you do it. Whatever.
Well, if it absolutely makes you want to throw up, then I'm not going to do that to you.
I threw up already in my mouth.
Okay, well, I'm kind of running out of picks when there's all these stipulations. How about I just keep with what I went game with baseball?
That's fine.
I don't want to go deeper into my basket of picks.
Man, oh man. I wish I was at Diamondbacks, but they're only down 5. They're 3.5, score 2 runs. We can still get this. Padres have 2 on in the bottom of the 7th.
It won't score.
I'm watching the Mariners game now.
Yeah, we're all over the place. All right. I like that White Sox look. I might be betting that, by the way.
Awesome.
I don't think I touch baseball tomorrow because it's college football day.
It is, but I might bet. I'm not going to post it, but it might be a play. All right, so we're dragging on here. We're almost at the end mark.
Yeah.
Why don't we do? Let's get Nick. Give me your best bets. Just to remind you, you were Patriots team total over, Ravens team total under, or Raiders.
No, Raiders.
And Chiefs team total under.
Correct.
What are your picks for tomorrow?
college.
Or for Sunday, or either one, whatever you want.
Because I gave up. All right. I know I have to give this one out. I just want to decide whether it's on the spread or if it's. I'm going to go big dick here and give you the money line. Hawkeyes over the Wolverines. We'll go straight up money line here, plus 315.
Buckeyes over the Wolverines.
Hawkeyes. Iowa money line, plus 315.
I don't mind that at all, actually.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go with Florida Atlantic minus 3.
All right, we didn't talk about that. Why are you on that?
My discrepancy with this line, I have them as about a touchdown, and a hook favorites, and I'm getting minus 3 for them.
Your index
I have them very low rated.
Yeah,
I think they win in a rout. So give me the Owls minus 3.
All right.
And I'll go with another money line play here. I'm going to go another. This is going to be a decent sized dog too. Plus 240. Give me Michigan State straight up against Maryland. Maryland coming in. No.
That scares me. No, you can do it. That scares me.
Okay, yeah. Michigan State straight up. You can write plus 7.5 / plus 240, and you can do plus 10.5 /
No, what do you want? It's your bet. You tell me what you want.
I'm going to have a money line play on them.
Money line, fine. You big shot money line.
Plus 240. Michigan State money line. Maryland coming in off of a almost upset against Michigan. This could be a. And there it is. The Mariners are going to the playoffs. They just walked it off.
They won? Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
By one?
The drought is over. Cal Raleigh walk-off home run.
I love that. We talked about them during their All-Star break. Yeah.
Was anybody on base?
No.
Okay, well, fuck the Mariners then. I can't wait till they're gone in 2 games.
So the trend continues. Oakland is now, what did I say?
Ready? And after this season, the Phillies will be the longest drought because they're going to fall, and the Brewers are going to take their spot. But back to the college play here. Also, Michigan, this is a ultimate buy low spot for the Spartans. Coming in off of absolutely getting mollywopped against Minnesota last week and losing against Washington. This is the ultimate buy low spot for Michigan State. So I like them plus the points, and I like them on the money line. So my 3 plays: Iowa, FAU, and Michigan State.
Got it. LJ, what do you want to add? You have Texans plus 5, Bears, Giants under, and Jets. You're swiping that from the record.
Arizona plus 1.5. Actually, you could money line there, bro. I don't even want the points. Fuck the points.
Okay, there we go.
Arizona money line, bro. Plus 100.
See if we can get anything better. Money line. Well, I'm seeing minus 102, but let's do that.
It's all good. I got plus 100 early.
Yeah. Well, we got to do the odds that are on the show.
That's fine. No worries.
Where's the Bears Giants under? I didn't even put that on that. Total. We'll go with it was 39.5 across the board. Okay. All right, and you get 3 if you want 1 to 3 or nothing, but you get 3 more picks if you want them.
I got 3 more?
Well, that was from Wednesday.
Okay. Let me do Seattle and Detroit over 50. Is that the number now?
I'm gonna look at it right
total.
It's not 48.
48. Okay, I'm taking the over on that one.
Why'd it go down?
The injuries?
Yeah, that's fine. Seattle, Detroit, 48 over. Okay.
Patriots plus 9.5.
Did I had that last?
Oh, you have that one? Okay.
I had my plus 10 on the show.
Okay,
before.
tell me who doesn't have something so I can see who doesn't have what. Can you do that?
It's better for you to tell me what you have and me tell you.
What about Cleveland? Does anybody have Cleveland?
No one has that.
Okay, Cleveland -1.5.
I like that. I know Terry loves the Browns.
No, the Falcons are going to win that game straight up. And the Browns will brown. The Browns will brown. They will find a way to brown the game. They're the Cleveland Browns forever.
What time's your show tomorrow, Terry? They're asking.
1 p.m. But there's going to be a night show for Sunday as well. Probably 8 p.m. Eastern.
A night show for what on?
Because he's not professional enough to do it during the Vikings game.
No, because it's better to do the show on Sunday night.
I know. I'm
so
just
people can watch instead of doing it at 8 in the morning or skipping the Vikings game.
The Vikings are playing.
Well, it is an NFL game on the schedule, so instead of just skipping it, why not do it the night before?
I know. I'm just messing with you, Terry.
And I'm going to be doing that every week. So it's not just because the Vikings are playing. It's an every week thing that's happening now. Saturday night instead.
The Sunday night game?
Hmm?
You're going to be watching the Sunday night game, or?
No, I'm doing it Saturday night.
Oh, Saturday night. Here we go.
For Sunday games.
Okay. Well,
there'll be no Sunday show.
Yeah. LJ,
because Sunday mornings are a busy time for people anyway.
So I have Cleveland, I have the Texans, I have
the Bears, Giants under, the Seattle, Detroit under.
Detroit under. And Arizona money line.
Yep.
So I get one more. Anybody got Denver over? You're doing Denver, right? Over the Raiders? You're doing
that was going to be one of my picks, but you can do it.
Yeah, I'm Denver over the Raiders.
Broncos, what are they at? I think
because I know you want the 49ers over the Rams, so I'm gonna say that one for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that's what I'm doing, but
okay.
I need to look at. I think I have better plays than that, but let's look to make sure the. Oh, I have it on totals. So money line, not money line, spread.
LJ, you want to come on ESB tomorrow morning and talk some football? I don't think Tim's gonna have power. So,
I actually
you don't do college football, do you?
No, and I work in the morning.
Never mind.
What time is it at?
It would probably be around a 10:30 a.m. start time.
Your time?
Yep. So it'd be around 7:30 your time.
Fuck that.
Okay, that's what I figured.
I work, dude. You've seen my schedule. I want one day where I can sleep in. Give me.
No, you're good. No, I was just putting that out there. I forgot that LJ only does the NFL. And I remember that Tim's most likely not available tomorrow because there's no power where he is.
Well, he does. LJ does a lot more than the NFL, but he just doesn't do college football.
No. I got that.
All right, so
I'm gonna jump off, Dave. You got my picks, right?
I do. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
You too. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go.
Message Bryant. Maybe he'll do a show tomorrow morning for football.
Where is that guy? Does he even exist anymore?
I don't know. I want to message him.
All right, so I'm gonna do. I have Cowboys, Patriots, Lions team total over. I'm gonna add. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do Steelers.
Ooh,
because you took the Jets off. I wanted this one because you took the Jets off. I want the Steelers +3.
All right. Actually, their favorite is -3.
Or -3, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
-3. I'm going to, I can't read my writing. Steelers -3. Because a lot of bets you guys like that I like. The Broncos, the Patriots. I need to block another. Do I want to do the Eagles? I can't because I shut him out of that. I can't do that. Oh, Charlotte 49 money line +130.
I'll take UTEP on -10.
That is a trend since 1914. UTEP has not won in the East on the East Coast. Has not won in EST.
How many games is that? How many?
I'm going to say this. Let's just say it's 15. It's probably more than this. 15. Is that convincing enough? 20. I mean,
Probably.
it's got to be at least 15 or 20. Even if it's 10, it's still ridiculous. Shout out LJ. That's not necessarily my pick. And then no one chose this. Do I like Indiana? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Iowa State, -3. Where's Kansas?
What's y'all thought? Did we talk about Kansas City and the Bucks? What are y'all thoughts on that one?
The Bucks are already a bet. Hammer Poop likes them.
I like the Buccaneers.
You like the Bucks too?
Yeah.
Bucks in the I like the Chiefs team total under 23.
Unders for sure. Look.
Yeah, their defense is stout.
Yeah. And also, Brady can't throw the ball down the field anymore.
Yeah.
Steelers, Charlotte, man, those are some crappy ass plays. I love it. All right, let's get off of here. Nick, unless you guys want to stick around and drink and tell these MLB bets, but you guys got stuff to do. You got videos.
I got free pick videos I'm planning on doing. I'm looking to do. If you guys watch ESB, there's gonna be free pick videos coming out. Tim does Empower, so I'm doing a couple extra myself. I'm doing Indiana and Nebraska. I'm doing Michigan State, Maryland. I'm doing Penn State, Northwestern. And then for the NFL, I'm doing Denver, Las Vegas, and Kansas City, Tampa Bay tonight.
There you go. So plug whatever you got. You already kind of did, but go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, ESB show every single morning anywhere between 10 and 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Probably going to start around 10:30 tomorrow, and it'll most likely be me and Bryant doing the college football slate. So most likely that's the way that's going to go. And then, that's kind of what we're going with for tomorrow.
Gotcha. OJ, what you got going on?
Oh, man. The same old thing, man. Doing Nerd Talk with you Wednesdays and Fridays. Doing Pub Sports Sunday with Jimmy. Doing the NFL picks. And Sunday night with you. Doing a recap of the NFL. So that's pretty much it, man. And once this NBA and hockey start, it's going to be an everyday thing, bro. So it's go time now. Now, I want to ask you a question. If I do picks as a video, would you be able to produce it? Like put like the little graphics and things up like that, or that's too much for you to do?
I'm not. This is the thing. So I'm not very good at that. Nick is better, but Nick's got so much going on that I don't know. I mean, maybe there might be a money deal or whatever, but I'm not very good at it. What I do is, you can see I haven't changed my shit since I've started. I'm not very good.
Because I want to start doing it once. You
know what we can do is we'll do a behind the scenes. We'll do behind the scenes like private StreamYard, and I'll share my screen and I'll show you how simply I do it. But
it's pretty simple. You just get a StreamYard and you'll be able to do it that way.
You StreamYard, or I don't use StreamYard for my videos, but you can. I use Filmora and Canva.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can walk me through it. Do me a little tutorial. You know, that's all good.
I use StreamYard and Photoshop.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll talk about it. But follow me, LJ at LJ Sports Media on Twitter. Follow me. Hit me up whenever y'all want to find out. I put out trends, like I gave one a day for Dave, so I'm always looking at trends, sending them out, seeing what people think, and I'll come on SBR whenever. What is ESB? I'm sorry, that's y'all ESB.
Yeah, ESB.
Yeah. I'll come on there. Like I'm off on Mondays, so if you have time on Mondays, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we do our show every single morning.
Okay, yeah, I can do Mondays. So whenever you're ready, bring me on, man.
All right, Terry, you get one fucking play. What are you doing? Okay, so Terry wants to add Nationals first 5 plus a half a run at -106. Next rule is if you're not on the show and you can't defend it because this is a capping show, I'm going to add it. But that's the rule. Terrence. Anyway, I'm picks from Dave. YouTube picks from Dave. Twitter picks from Dave. I put out free picks every single night. I do free pick videos on my channel. Thanks, guys, for watching. And maybe tomorrow I might be on Cab's NCAA show in the morning. If I got to go across the river and put in my my circa bets. I got to be in Nevada to do it. So We'll see. But anyways, thanks guys for watching. We'll be back on Wednesdays, and good luck at the window.
All righty.